good to go. Yeah.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Indian Plumbing Association, myself, Milind Shetty, Chairman, Indian Plumbing Association, Nasik chapter, warmly welcome you to the second dynamic day of 27th Indian Plumbing Conference. To start with, let me welcome our today's guest speakers and panelists. Ms. Joy Esther Gai Jiazi, Dr. Rajesh Biniwala, Mr. Sanjay Batra, Architect J.P. Agrawal, Mr. Shabbir Kachwala, Mr. B.S.A. Narayan, Mr. Farooq Batena, Mr. Ritesh Patel, and Mr. Minesh Shah. A warm welcome to the dignitaries and members from all esteemed supporting organizations who are supporting this event of IPA, like World Plumbing Council, CREDAI, ISHRI, IIID, IGBC, FSCI, and IAPO. I also welcome my fellow participants, students, IPA members from across India, and my NEC colleagues to this virtual plumbing conference.
Listen.
Any event cannot be accomplished without the support of the sponsors. And we are fortunate to have the support of a great cadre of sponsors. As a title sponsor, we have WaterTech. As diamond sponsors, we have Ashirwad. As platinum sponsors, we have Kirloskar, Astral, Willow, and FlowGuard Plus. As session sponsors, we have Gabriel Prince and KSB. As associate sponsors, we have Echo, Brandford White, Ibarra, Cantherm Systems, then Larry Walls, NRV, NVR Pipe Fittings and Walls, Qua Pure Technology, TrueFlow, and Zoluto Walls. So, friends, before moving ahead with the core program, I am happy to announce that unlike yesterday, even today also, we are going to have a lucky draw for all the present delegates after every technical session. Mind it, after every technical session. So guys, you have a chance to win 4 Samsung mobile phones today. And the second good news is that IPA will be shortly organizing the 5th edition of Indian Plumbing Professional League. The IPPL 2021 will be organized virtually between 20th November and 12th December 2021 on every Saturday and Sunday for 3 hours each. That is, on off days, you can enjoy and earn more knowledge. Friends, just to recollect, the 4th edition of IPPL was a grand success where we had more than 1,300 participants from developers, designers, engineers, and consultants fraternity. The knowledge imparted in the training modules of the IPPL is from various IPA codes published by IPA, like Uniform Illustrated Plumbing Code and also the National Building Code 2016, that is 2016. The knowledge which will be imparted, it will be very useful to all the working professionals in their day-to-day working. Besides this, the delegates who are participating can also participate in the quiz program and earn several cash prizes. Friends, a little sad to say this, but last year we had to refuse registration to few participants as they approached us little late. And so I appeal all those who are interested to register for this edition of IPPL ASAP. But please note, the registration for the IPPL 2021 will start from 1st October on our website, www.indianplumbing.org. So now about our today's theme, net zero water. Friends, if you remember our forefathers, they respected the natural resources. Rather, I would say they worshipped the natural resources like Jal, Vayu, and Agni. They were very conservative in their approach and habits while using these resources. But today, with our changing lifestyle and habits, the requirement of specifically water has gone up multifolds. And we have started exploiting this natural resource. And I'm afraid to say that in some cases, the exploitation has reached to a point of no return. So guys, it's high time we wake up and adopt the net zero water approach. As far as India is concerned, we are already suffering. For example, shocking news like Chennai running out of potable water. Also, it is estimated that women in our country spend 150 million working days every year just fetching and carrying water, which is equivalent to a national loss of 10 billion rupees. Mind it, 10 billion rupees. And as all those who were present yesterday, as Gurmeet ji mentioned yesterday, with 17% of global population, but just 4% of fresh water available, the situation is very, very clear for our country. There is no time for delay and no room to excuse, but to set up ambitious, clear, creditable net zero water policy. Friends, with this backdrop, let us start our technical session. Today's first one with the introduction.
Milan, you have to play the IPPL video, please.
IPPL video. Okay, yeah. Fine. Team, can you please just play the IPPL video before I move forward? Okay, great. So to move forward, let me introduce our today's guest speaker of the first session, Ms. Joy Esther Gai. Team. Yeah. Okay. Joy is the program head of World Green Building Council, Asia Pacific region, focusing on delivering programs that help the World Green Building Council network drive the uptake of net zero carbon buildings. Joy works as a part of World Green Building Council engagement and network department, closely with advancing net zero team and green building councils and partners across Asia Pacific. Joy is a passionate, sustainable teacher, coach, and advocate. Okay, great. She is a professional certified life coach, practicing positive psychology with the belief that sustainability starts from a sustainable mind. Joy works with Green Building Council while also leading the Joy of Sustainable LLP, a platform advocating sustainability, offering coaching services to close the gap between sustainable designs, delivery, and user engagements, helping clients to gain clarity and identifying their true sustainable goals. With this, over to you, Ms. Joy. Thank you. Please welcome.
Thank you. That was a very nice introduction. So before I start, I just want to take the airtime to do a little advertisement. World Green Building Council is calling companies to step forward and join us to be the net zero collaborator. We really hope that we can see companies and organizations from India to help us to build what we're having here. So thank you so much for this airtime, for this little advertisement. So Mr. Gurmeet Singh, National President, Indian Plumbing Association and National Vice Chair, CII India GBC, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me here today. And thank you so much for the organizer, Indian Plumbing Association, And wow, this is the 27th run. Really amazing work and amazing commitments to all of you too. So as you have shared, my name is Joy. I'm from the World Green Building Council, heading Asia Pacific programs. I'm also the founder of Joy of Sustainability, specializing in sustainability and positive psychology. So it's really a great honor to be here with all of you virtually to share how we could influence our lives with what we have in our hand and what we have in our mind. So this morning I woke up seeing a wonderful quote. It says, "Change the way you look at things. The things you look at will change." Well, you will see the person who quote this right after my talk, so I don't want to share more detail. But indeed, what we are trying to share with you today is for all of us to step back and look at whether we could see this world from a different perspective, which can be more empowering, more positive, and more sustainable. So from the World Green Building Council, we are the member of UN Global Compact. We work with businesses, organizations, and governments to drive the ambition of the Paris Agreement and UN global goals for sustainable development. So through a system of change approach, our network is leading the industry towards a net zero carbon, healthy, equitable, and resilient built environment. So we know that we are aware, I think we couldn't stress even more, that we are currently in a global crisis and we need these global systematic solutions to reverse the damage being caused by the climate change. Well, early this month, IPCC tells us that we have until 2050 to decarbonize our way of life to limit global warming to less than 1.5 degrees. So beyond which is really something disastrous for our planet, and everything we want to do will be too late by then. So, and in today's conference, we're discussing about the water, which is also one of the key aspects of climate change impact that we are facing and dealing with. So if you say energy is the light, then water is the life. So by 2050, the world's building stock will double, so increasing the impact of our sector significantly. So its demand on natural resources is a major contributing factor to global warming, and inefficient, unhealthy buildings are affecting our livelihoods so drastically. So this global growth places increasing demand on our energy grid, our infrastructure and resources, including the water as well. So we must face the reality that not all areas are currently adequate to address these climate changes. So from the context of energy, we only have 68 of 194 countries in the Paris Agreement currently having building energy codes in place. So for water, the percentage must be even less. So World Green Building Council operates based on our membership. The Green Building Councils are independent, nonprofit organizations made up of businesses and organizations in the building and construction industry. So we're the world's largest and most diverse network for green buildings, with over 37,000 members across 70 national green building councils. And we have India Green Building Council as one of our founding members, and really great to have their support. So our mission is to catalyze the uptake of green buildings for everyone, everywhere. So our green building councils are working with their members to accelerate the solutions to achieve a more sustainable built environment. So our theory of change includes these steps you're seeing here. And we know change is difficult. And sometimes even making a change is painful for someone to adapt. But we can't wait anymore, like whatever in aspect of energy or water, that we need to start yesterday. So in general, change happens in 3 steps. So the first one is to create awareness. So the second step is to really share knowledge and learning. So the third one is to advocate. So we are making these change steps into more specific context in World Green Building Council with our theory of change. So here we are looking at collaboration with the industry, drive and promote innovation, communicate effectively and transparently, and also creating rating tools and measurable indicators educate the industry forward, and also advocate through the thought leadership and with our support of finance. So I hope that this theory of change will be also able to see in other parts of the context as well. So to narrow our focus and driver for implementation more, our goals have been united into 3 impact areas. That's what you see in the 3 bubbles here. So relevant for today's conference, we're seeing SDG goals number 6, like clean water and maybe some of the related things, and sanitation. So under the health and well-being impact area, which is more direct. So which I will spend a little bit more time later today to share our health and well-being framework that is directly relating to the water context. So under each of the impact area, we have programs rolled out to support the change. So, and I definitely completely agree with Mr. Gurmeet Singh yesterday. He shared that during the conference opening that water is also directly related to the aspect of energy. So you need energy to distribute water and to treat the water. So the programs and initiatives should be coordinated and synchronized as well. So all these goals we have are created through a global consultation, which spans the breadth of our network. So we're also very proud to have Indian Green Building Council heavily involved in the development of the health and well-being framework. So they have representatives set on the specialist advisory committee, helping us create the exact technical content. So that's why you're seeing all the things we're presenting today is also co-developed by the experts in an Indian context as well. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Gurmeet, for your leadership, and also India Green Building Council for your heavy involvement and support as well. So with the 3 impact area, I just have a very short touch on the energy aspect, which is also under the climate action. So that was our first impact area. So under this climate action impact area, we have rolled out the whole life carbon vision. So it was very pleased to see that in India, we have more than 300 companies signed up for the committing net zero by 2030. And we're seeing the numbers have been growing now. We also enhanced this vision pathway to include the embodied carbon commitment last week. So look out for the news we have shared in our social media platform and also our website. So here is the program we are talking about under the health and well-being. So under the health well-being that we have is the Better Places for People, which is World Green Building Council's project to show the co-benefit of green buildings. So by incorporating our key principles from the World Green Building Council metrics framework into buildings, health, well-being, and productivity can be significantly improved for the occupants, alongside achieving the substantial energy saving, carbon reduction that will help them meet the global decarbonization target. So not all the features will be looked at today. Of course, we have a lot of programs. So highlighting 8 features and the aspect of water for interest and the overall introduction here as well. So part of today we will deliver this is through the release of rollout of World Green Building Council Health and Wellbeing. So this is the outcome of 2 years of work, hinging on 6 main principles that will unfold later. So, and also we know health and well-being has a strong business case to the industry. So although there's no clear relationship like energy and a tariff rate, you know how much money you're saving in terms of how much energy you're saving. But we know that the impact of health is tremendous to human beings nowadays. So we need to pay attention, and we wanted to spend more time to discuss this forward as well. So we really encourage you to check out the health and well-being framework in the World Green Building Council website. So it features a greater detail according to the 6 principles. So under this framework, we cover from the first one that protect and improve health, and to the second, third, and to the last one, the number 6, we'll talk about taking the climate action. So you see the water parts are reflected in the principle number 1, and which is the title of water quality, and the principle of number 6 is the water efficiency under the Take Climate Action. So health and well-being doesn't really come alone. So it needs to be taken care of by many factors in a combined manner. So this is the coordination and also the synergy we are promoting. So health and well-being will also need to be resonated with the individual to reflect their whole acceptance. So it will also directly and indirectly lead to the economic benefit. So there are 8 factors we're looking at in total here. So from the fresh air, daily access, clean water, thermal comfort, healthy materials, natural benefit, acoustic, active design. So these are the things we are slowly unfolding for you. So under the context of fresh air, so we all know that fresh air is definitely good for us. But for a green building perspective, there are also clear benefits of improving the air quality and ventilation for both the environment and also the building users. So we'll also need to stress that or need to keep in mind of the fresh air versus energy, especially in the places of tropical environments. So there's always a balance we're maintaining to create healthy air and to optimize the energy demand as well. So the next one we're looking at is daylight. Daylight increases visual comfort, reducing the eye fatigue, and also regulate the circadian rhythms for day and night balance. Positive mindset also. So you also reduce the energy uses from the artificial lighting, but also need to balance the heat transfer from the glass as well. So this is always the balance we are maintaining. So come to the water is another key principle for healthy green building. So a green building should have access to clean water, encourage the consumption of it by inhabitants, but use it sparingly and recycle site if possible. So we look at these benefits and also the challenges. We also want to suggest some of the good practices under the water management. So the thermal comfort. So in terms of this thermal comfort, when people have whole control of their temperature, for example, within the 4 degrees range, so there are increases in the productivity, in logical thinking, typical performance, and overall productivity. And remember, even a small change in productivity can lead to a big impact in overall business costs as well. So it's definitely worth to manage it well. So in the healthy materials, that there are indeed some of the disease relate to the use of unhealthy material like VOCs, the formaldehyde, and etc. So therefore, the link to the healthy impact is clear and impactful, and we need to be cautious of choosing the healthy material for our building occupants as well. So under the nature that we know that we link the recent trend of biophilic design to the nature, and that brings nature to the indoor environment, creating positive influence to the occupants. So for example, running water, the sound of nature, or even the painting of nature creates positive energy influence the human mind within the indoor environment. So we always complain about noisy neighbors, but sometimes we may not really understand the poor quality walls, the barriers, the quality walls may influence this. So that's why sound quality impacts our mind quite strongly. So a peaceful environment is really a big blessing to many of us. So case studies also shown an improvement in activities in the work, including sit, stand, desk, and more soft health and lifestyle things. So this will reduce the employees from taking sick leave and also the absentees, and increases staff satisfaction as well. So after we have introduced briefly about these 8 factors, so if we are applying all these similar principles into our workplace and also our indoor environment, so you will begin to see how they are starting to benefit the users directly. So although many of them can't be directly measured by dollar and cents, but what the users are getting is really priceless. So think about it, like how much are you willing to spend for a healthy body? Like how much are you willing to spend to create a peaceful and positive mind? And what is the cost to be happy? So you know what, I'm really enjoying this moment of silence. So when all of us put our mind and soul into something we treasure, so more than the material needs. So again, I don't want to interrupt this silent moment, but I definitely need to bring you back to the topic we are in today. After we briefly run through the health and well-being framework, as I'm turning the focus back to the discussion of water. So this number I'm going to read out has been repeated many times since yesterday, but every time is so stressful to read it one more time. Nearly 1.8 billion people in 17 countries, or a quarter of the world's population, appear to be veering towards a water crisis. So with the potential of severe shortages in the next few years. India has 17% of the world's population, but only 4% of its fresh water. So India, which is ranked 13th on the list of countries with extremely high water risk, has more than 3 times of the population of the other 16 countries in the category combined. And one of the problems in India includes groundwater depletion. So think about, normally we drink about 2 liters of water per day. Well, it depends to everyone, but this is something like an average we will accept. But how much water we use in a day? I mean, I don't want to help you count these numbers, but altogether, we're looking at almost 166 liters. Definitely this is ranging everywhere, but the numbers are telling that you get the idea. So where do we use the waters for? So we use it for shower. If you sing in the shower, like you take longer, and cooking, gardening, laundry, toilet, and in the bathroom, and water play, water feature. So there are so many areas that we have water use rather than how much we drink, how much we consume. And this is a number may not be obvious and visible to many of you. So the water resources might be really important, and also it is really have a lot of factors that will affect the quality of the water. And believe us, some of these listed here might be the pain points for many projects that we have in hand. So including the water pollution, the misuse of water, and maybe many others as well. So in our health and well-being framework, so I have extracted 2 goals under the 6 principles. So 2 of them has the mention of water. So the first one is 1.2, this preserve water quality to minimize the health risk, because access to clean and safe drinking water and the sanitation facilities is really a fundamental right within our buildings for all people worldwide. So within this sub-principle, we identify the specific health risks relating to water quality through the lens of built environment. So water quality and sanitation and infrastructure. So please go to the website and you'll be able to access to more detail under these criteria. So the other one is under the number 6, which is 6.3, use water efficiently, working to avoid local shortage crisis as well. Again, the numbers start to tell how stressful is this and how we have 17% of world population, but only 4% of the fresh water. So these are the things and giving us the alert. So the ongoing rise in population, the global population growth will really continue to place pressure on these finite resources as well. So looking at something positive, that we're really seeing a lot of initiative and also the good efforts shown in India as well. So this is what I learned from Mr. Gamit about all these. So we know that more than half of Indians living in village, and about 34% of the population stays in urban towns. So that's why we need to really increase the awareness and education to make people more aware of the scarcity of the water and how to effectively use the water to prolong the life cycle of water. And the second pillar of net zero water and waste is to save water at source by over 35%. So installing the good filters and also the water flow fixtures to create the awareness as well. So the third one is to make use of the rainwater collecting. So that's the beautiful gift from the nature, like giving us the fresh water from the sky, that you don't really need to spend so much money and so much of facility like Singapore to treat the black water. So it's really much better to recycle the rainwater. So facilities need to be implemented and don't waste the water to run away on the ground. So again, the last one, to have the treating every drop. So we always believe water molecule never disappear. So even it shows in the gray water, black water, and any sort of water, you can always extract back the water molecule and create something for life. So this is what the fundamental belief we have. So that's why we're bringing everything into the extreme to really save the life. Remember, we say if the energy is the light, water is the life. So this is my last slide. I changed something technical into this because as an ending note, I really don't want to stress the technical contents any further, as you will hear more from the technical sessions today with a lot of experts sharing the detail. So I just wanted to invite you to sit back and enjoy the moment to appreciate the nature. So when you're connected with the nature, bring your awareness to your heart and make your best decision. Again, this quote is not from me. We just borrowed it from the person you're about to meet right now. So Mr. Gavit, please. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joy, for giving your valuable insight on the subject. That was truly an excellent and a very excellent and informative presentation. Thank you so much. Now I request our President, Mr. Gurmeet Singh Arora, to please accompany our guest and please felicitate her with the memento. At the same time, I would also appreciate and request Mr. Gurmeet Singh to share his thoughts. Over to you, GSA.
Well, before I share my thoughts, I must tell you, Joy spoke very well. We would give her a standing ovation. Only thing, we are on virtual mode now. I'm sorry. He spoke from her heart, not from her head.
Very true. Very true.
Yes. Can we give the memento to Joy now, team? Joy will be sending you this memento. Thank you very much. Oh, excellent.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Joy said that the wellness industry is $3.4 trillion globally. Compared to the total pharma industry, it is 3 times bigger. Health is the new wealth. You can understand, ladies and gentlemen, how rich you are by counting how many things you have that money cannot buy. I repeat my sentence. You can understand how rich you are by counting how many things you have that money cannot buy. I met a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company and I quoted the same line and he had tears in his eyes. He said, I can tell you what money cannot buy. He said, money cannot buy peace. Money cannot buy happiness. Money cannot even buy love. Money can never buy inner fulfillment. Money cannot buy a meaningful life. And money can never buy the 5 elements of nature. Money cannot buy all the necessary and important things for a good life, ladies and gentlemen. I asked him again that when money cannot buy all the good things in life, then why do you work so hard for money? And you work 12 hours and 14 hours a day. And he had no answer to that. Ladies and gentlemen, certainly money can buy a lot of things, but it cannot replace what is really of value to us. What we need here and hereinafter is a behavioral change. We have to work together towards stopping climate change and global warming. We have to, as an industry, go one step further to pledge to go net zero on water and waste, and obviously net positive on water, as Mr. Sharad Rao said yesterday. And if we, as the Indian Plumbing Association, the only national body of plumbing professionals in this country, pledge to do something together, governments, municipalities, designers, and developers will have to follow suit. So let us pledge to be the change. And as Joy said, change the way you look at things. The things you look at will change. I want to show you a small film. Team, can you show the film, please?
I am the ocean. I'm water. I'm most of this planet. I shaped it. Every stream, every cloud, and every raindrop, it all comes back to me. One way or another, every living thing here needs me. I'm the source. I'm what they crawled out of. Humans, they're no different. I don't owe them a thing. I give, they take, but I can always take back. That's just the way it's always been. It's not their planet anyway. Never was, never will be. But humans, they take more than their share. They poison me, then they expect me to feed them. Well, it doesn't work that way. If humans want to exist in nature with me and off of me, I suggest they listen close. I'm only going to say this once. If nature isn't kept healthy, humans won't survive. Simple as that. Me, I could give a damn with or without humans. I'm the ocean. I covered this entire planet once, and I can always cover it again. That's all I have to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, water does not need us. We need water. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude with a small quote. We spend billions of dollars to find life on other planets and trillions of dollars killing the life on this one. I leave you to ponder on the next course of action. Thank you very much. Milind, we can't hear you, Milind.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gurmeet ji, for your very beautiful video, very informative video, and your insight sharing with us. Thank you so much. Now, moving further, I will request the team to start with to display the Wheel of Fortune so that we can get our lucky contestant. It's a fun part of the best participants. Mehak, congratulations to Mehak. Mehak, you will receive the prize at later. Thank you, team. Thank you, team. So now heading ahead, let me introduce our next guest speaker and our expert speaker of today, Rajesh Biniwale. Team request to please display the profile of Biniwale sir. Okay. Dr. Biniwale brings in vast industrial and research experience in various domains of environment, particularly liquid and solid waste treatment issues, including research, planning, monitoring, modeling, and implementation. Dr. Rajesh Biniwala is having more than 25 years of experience in research and development, project management, ADB and WB projects, UNDP consultancy. He is a senior principal scientist at National Environmental Energy Research Institute. He is also a member of committees such as MOEFCC, MNRE, Pollution Control Board, UNDP, Nawami Chandrabhaga, India, UK, DSK Task Force. Oh my God, great. Rajesh G is Masters in Engineering from IIT Roorkee, PhD, DSc from Hokkaido University, Japan. He holds MII, CHE, FMASc, FIWA. I also don't know what is the full form of all these degrees, but it's great that we have a very expert speaker today with us. He has more than 50 publications, 3 Indian patents, 3 international patents, has contributed to 4 books, to name just a few. So with this, over to you, Dr. Biniwale.
Yeah.
You're muted.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And let me share my screen and just share my presentation.
Please, sir.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
And has it gone into presentation mode?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So, thank you very much for having me on this forum. In fact, this forum is not new for me. I have been always associated with IPS activity, at least for such kind of functions. And I am interested to talk on IPS forum for 2 specific reasons. One is people are interested to listen about the water. And second is, I believe that if IPA can increase this activity, collaborate more, it can actually contribute to the conservation of water. And for these specific 2 reasons, I always say yes for this particular forum. Now let me come to my topic. The topic given to me was a net zero water. And the net zero water concept is something which is difficult to understand, difficult to implement, but not impossible. What I am trying to explain by showing this particular jar is, you might be aware that this particular jar is something which is quite well known, that this is a ecosystem which was created some 50 years back, 5 decades back. And what is important in this is a closed jar having some soil, having some plantation in it, and some water. The shaded leaf acts as a carbon source over a period of time, and then the water gets it as a for the photosynthesis purpose, and what you actually get only from the outside is the sunlight. So this is non-adiabatic isolated system which is still striving and is live for last 50 years without any addition of extra drop of water or extra drop of carbon which is coming from outside. Now this is what is the great example of a non-adiabatic isolated system within the earth which is created, and it has got a net zero water. The meaning is whatever the water which was in the beginning which was added, that's the only water which is there. There is no makeup given to this particular thing. So this is a very scientific experiment, and this scientific experiment tells us that what we need to do is we need to define these boundaries of the jar, and if we define these boundaries of the jar at some levels which we can think of, could it be building, could it be national level, and if these jar boundaries are such a way defined that the non-adiabatic can be created. Non-adiabatic isolated system means there is no mass transfer, but there is a heat transfer, energy transfer can possibly be done across these boundaries. So if you look at this is the kind of a driving force which would be actually will create all systems which are around us, which can lead to the net zero water. Now the another system which is the Earth, very much vehicle on which we are mounted on as on today. Vehicle itself has act as a jar, which is again non-adiabatically isolated system. There are hardly any mass transfer. There is some mass transfer within the earth and other thing, but this is not that great. But then the most of the transfer is the energy transfer. Energy can be received, energy can be dissipated. This is what happens from the earth. So earth is also acting as a particular source, and this is what the water cycle which we understand. There are a lot of phenomena which occurs into the nature, which including evaporation of the water, which is surface water, which could be either lakes or the kind maybe the oceans. Formation of those clouds, then they cloud transfer water to the land, and again transportation which can be stored for a certain point of time into ice, whatever the ice which is the mountain, and these kind of things which continue to go along with its interaction with the groundwater, which is having some interactions with vegetations where vegetations also acts for the water transportation systems. So this is the one which is happening into our system, which is almost equivalent to what is happening into that jar. So the boundary is defined as a boundary of that glass vessel as a jar, or it could be the boundary of the earth itself. So that's what the phenomena which need to be understand. I mean, need to be understood. Creating the net zero water systems, or I would say near to net zero water system, because otherwise the boundary has to be really defined. Now let me take to some of the things into the water balance which is happening between ocean and the land. So what we actually receive is this is something which you must understand is units are in the volume here related to the precipitation on the land. So the land area, whatever the land area receives precipitation, let's make it as 100 normalized, and with this 100 normalization, rest of the things are defined. This is defined for a particular year, might be for a particular situation, but this is what is the best source available as on today for us to understand what is the kind of global water balance looks like. So when we say net zero water, we actually trying to make water balance on systems which are disintegrated into smaller portions. So this is what we are going to do. Now the precipitation, if the 100 is the which land receives, uh, about 4 times is received by the oceans, but almost more than that amount is evaporated by the oceans, and therefore atmospheric moisture flow from ocean to the land is about 39. There is a water evaporation from the land also, but which is smaller than what the precipitations are received. Water flows to the surface water flow, and some the surface water outflow is slightly less as compared to surface water flow. So this we need to understand to create a water balance on the systems when we are talking about any other level, such as a society level, such as a regional level, or a city level, or a national level. So when we are talking about it, we need to talk about what are those sources which are there, which are actually contributing to all these activities. It is quite simplified one, but this trust me, this is not that simplified. You need to understand many phenomena, and then there are added phenomena such as what we do is as a industrial development or other. So our urban settlement requires water for a different purpose, and we generate one more quantity of water which is actually not shown here, which is wastewater, and the wastewater has got almost 95 to 97% as a water remaining. It has got certain things which need to be removed, and that requires a cost. So this water balance we disturbs because we actually render the water non-usable by making wastewater. Now what are the challenges and the current scenario about the issues and the challenges is uh, we have a certain water demand for non-potable use, And this is in 2010. Agriculture is about 85%, industry about 1.4%, and energy sector requires only 0.62%. Drinking is about 6.9%, and remaining other, which are the activities which we account totally as 6.4%. Now, demand trend expected to continue till 2050 unless we really have something to be done. Now, what is the situation on the wastewater? I'm just talking about one particular wastewater, which is sewage. And if you talk about the sewage generation in the country, which is much more, because if you compare industrial wastewater and the sewage, sewage is almost 6 times than the industrial wastewater generation, 6 to 8 times, and therefore it becomes very important. So here we have something like 72,000 plus MLD of a wastewater, million liters per day of a wastewater generated, and this is the status in India of 2020. Out of which only 44% we have a capacity of the treatment, installed capacity of the treatment which we have, and the remaining is still going as a 28, remaining is still going untreated, and out of this installed capacity also, only 28% of the total is being actually treated. And this is the report from CPCB. This is CPCB and Niti Aayog has created this report, and this report has these numbers, and which has certain plans for how to create. And we have been contributing. I was a part of the committee which was Niti Aayog has made for circular economy in wastewater, and where we have deliberated all these numbers, and I'm just bringing some gist over here. Now, what is required? We all know what is required is prevent, reduce, recycle, reuse, treat, and disposal. This has to be inverted pyramid, and the most preferred way is upward. You prevent, that is the most preferred, and the least preferred is the disposal. But what is important to understand here is the quality of the reuse, which is not talked in this country as of now. And we need to have quality for the reuse, because when we say we want to reuse the water, it has been previously used for a certain purpose. Then what is the next purpose? This cascading of the use has to have a quality of water for the reuse in a cascading system. Unless we talk about this, unless we prepare the standards for this, this is going to be still a talking point and not a doable aspect. Second is the technology choice, because now the world wants to go towards the green technologies, and the green technologies necessarily do not mean that you have something green over there. In fact, sometimes when I say solar is not a green technology, people might argue, but the PV panels which are being, just giving an example, drawing analogy from the solar, PV panel manufacturing itself is a dirty process, environmentally very dirty process, and therefore, although at the point of generation of the energy, solar panel looks good, looks clean, but they are not that clean. Okay? Whereas photosynthesis, if you to use for the harnessing your solar energy, then it is more benign way, environmental way as compared to photovoltaic. And then there are disposal norms. Fortunately, we have the disposal norms around, and they are making stringent, they are becoming stringent and stringent. But further down the line, we need to wait. But instead of disposal norms, the implementation of these norms to the regulatory authorities is an important challenge we need to face, and we need to resolve this. Now, what I am talking about is I am trying to draw this analogy from the jar which has shown as a controlled biosphere to the earth. Now, when we are talking about a net zero water, what probably we can do is create a water bubble. And this creating water bubble, which can be created for different levels, and the first level could be building and or the society level, where we are talking about minimizing the use of the water, which I always praise Indian Plumbing Association and other those who are in this area for creating certain kind of devices or the tap attachments, which actually plumbing attach, which actually create this minimization of water, and use the less water for doing the same cleaning or the same purpose of utilization for it. So the minimization is the first thing. Water reuse, here also there are certain opportunities of a treated water, and this will be almost like 40% of the water if after treatment can be reused for different purposes. This is possible. and then the alternate source of the water, which can come from not from the fresh water, not drawing from the groundwater, or not the surface water, or not the municipal supply water, but if it is the rainwater harvesting or any other water sources prevailing as on today. Suppose there is a high humidity area, relative humidity area such as a coastal, then probably you can also think of condensation water which is coming over here. So we can create a bubble where the minimum water can come from outside and minimum water should go out of the system. Still, we have not created this. There are many instances, many societies in the country which are, and particularly in the Maharashtra, definitely, that we are able to recirculate 40% of the water. So the fresh water requirement has gone down by at least 40%. What we need to do is increase this percentage as much as possible, trying to reach near to zero. But still, the potable water usage will have certain things to do, and which may not be possible at the building or the society level, because the treatment extent will increase. And therefore, this can probably done by the city or a town authorities, where you actually start working on some different aspect addition to what is at the building level. So the first thing which we can do here is minimize the non-revenue water. Non-revenue water does not necessarily mean that only the revenue purpose it is being talked, but that actually means that there is a lot of water which is being wasted. So minimizing this waste. So for city and town people, they can understand the NRW reduction, and this is actually going to be economically benefiting to them as well. The next is water reuse. The water reuse within the building or the society may have the constraints, but the water reuse, the best example is existing in the Nagpur, which I am going to again elaborate in further more slides. The sewage is being treated and being given to the industry. So at the city and the town level, you can think of doing such things. Alternate sources which can be more organized, and we can also think of the hydrology of the city or the town for refurnishing these alternate sources, because this building and the society level, it may not be the same watershed or may not be the same aquifer where you are actually drawing the water, putting back. It may not happen at the same place, but at the city and town level, which can be thought over. Another bigger bubble could be state and the region level. Now here it is more towards the policy purpose, where you have to have a policy designated for the reuse, which currently are not. Number one, there is only one policy where it is said that the building and the society should recirculate 40% of the water, and therefore their water supply is constrained. The fresh water supply is constrained, that the kind of water allocation is constrained. But this is not enough. We need to create this policy for the designated reuse, including some standards for the treated water quality. Unless that is get created, and at the national level that should be get created, but at the state level also we should understand it. Treatment targets states to create, and of course hydrology and the total water balance at the state level should be understood, because this phenomena of the watershed, there could be multiple micro watersheds which will be coming into a region or a state, and they may be having, or they generally have the interactions within themselves. So these interactions has to be understood well. There will be requirement of a lot of studies over here. And much larger, bigger bubble which we need to create is for the national level. And here we are talking about the circular economic policy as a country, where circular economic policy we need to understand standards for the reuse has to be have. Then the definitive plans. These definitive plans may also include what we plan for, like connecting the rivers, where we will also address not only the water supply systems but also the kind of flood management systems as well. So wherein we are actually talking about the water and its interactions with other part of the environment. Now let's understand the net zero water building. I'm just taking one example of this first bubble. I'm not going into the much details on each, because otherwise the time constraint would be there. So what I'm trying to do is I'm talking about the minimize total water consumption, minimize alternative water sources, minimize wastewater discharge from the building, and return the water to the original water source. These are some of the things which we can do at the zero water building. However, the challenge remains the same as I mentioned before. If the location of the building in the watershed or the rain magnitudes are good, then only you are possible. It is possible for you to have a alternate water sources. Alternate water sources in areas such as Rajasthan may not be that good, and if it is not in the same watershed, you probably cannot return the water to the original water source. Therefore, net water zero buildings certification mechanism, which actually has got into the place as of now. There are some agencies which are doing this, but at the same time, we need to understand it in a much deeper sense before we actually near net zero, or even the positive water. Positive water is something which is quite a distance concept as of now. We really need to understand it in a different fashion. They need need to be very critical about those calculations. Alternate source of water currently at a household level and the community level, rainwater harvesting is the best phenomena as of now. And whereas we have seen alternate water sources, at least for the farming in Maharashtra, there was a drive which was taken by the government. It's almost like a big scheme which has been there, and there are a large number of ponds which are created into the farms, and which were initially land was not so well irrigated. Now it is well irrigated. And the second thing which has achieved is, since the water is not is not a runoff while the rains are there, it is being trickling through the soil over a period of time. Because from the pond you keep on using this water for the agriculture, it actually has impacted on better water levels in the groundwater. This has happened in Marathwada region of Maharashtra, which was definitely a drought-prone region and which was having a lot of scarcity of water. Now Marathwada also has got seen the increase in the groundwater level. There are definitely, these are examples which are available, which are important. This is again those water saving devices. Building or society level, what we have been doing was we have been drawing this water initially, which we used to draw water from unconfined aquifer. Then we started using from the confined aquifer, and then much deeper aquifer. If we go, we are actually using the water which was saved for the centuries. What we need to do, as an example, which has been seen again, but what important is you need to add a treatment in between. Otherwise, contaminated source will kill this water. And this is important slide in the sense that if you look at the Ganga basin, Ganga Yamuna basin, what has happened is, particularly in Ganga basin, there are a lot of drinking water sources, lot of bore wells which are now are not usable because there is a possible the identification of the arsenic in those groundwater. Where from it is coming? It is coming from the potential geogenic contaminations which are actually existing. And what happened was, in this Ganga basin was the kind of polluted water which reached to this groundwater of the confined aquifer, where the arsenic was well bonded with the iron, and this iron got oxidized because of these hydrocarbons rich organic compounds reach in the bottom, and it has released the arsenic. So therefore, there are large number of incidences where arsenic appearance is occurring into a large number of drinking water sources which was not previously there. So contamination of the groundwater can also lead to such situations where you actually do not have which we render those water sources which were easily for the drinking water was no more available now. Alternate source of water, just the list is given. I'm not going into the details of this list, but which is harvested rainwater, storm water, sump pump water, or grey water, air conditioning condensates, which are also important as on today air cooling condensate, reject water from water purification systems. I personally am against of this reverse osmosis process. It actually cleans water very well. To that extent, that is very good. But it cleans to the extent that it is not required, number one, because it also removes the minerals. Second is that it generates a lot of wastewater, which is a reject water from this water purification systems. And this could be as high as 40 to 60% depending upon which kind of RO systems and what kind of balance between the rejects and the recovery systems which you are having. So I personally do not recommend, and in my house also I do not use RO for water purification system. We definitely don't need it. It's not against people who are doing it RO, but it is the technologically the scientifically and the water wastage point of view, RO is not definitely being recommended by at my personal level definitely. Then reclaimed wastewater, which is very important, which we are using as a reclaimed wastewater very well. Then the water derived from water usage strategies. Um, Say for example, the water usage strategy which I am saying, when we are trying to save the water consumption, we are trying to minimize on the water consumption or avoiding the wastage of the water. It also can be thought of water derived for different purposes. Or otherwise, you can think of without even treatment also, if you can use some of the water which can go for certain applications, that can be also thought. May not be at the building level, but at certain other levels can be possibly done. Uh, while creating this report from Niti Aayog and the Ministry of Urban Affairs, which I was a part of that committee, what we thought was these are the four major sectors where the reuse of the water can be promoted in a large extent, which will actually contribute to the utilization of more than whatever the 60% of treated water which is available, which we can treat. The first one is definitely industry, where the power sector, where we can, power sector, pulp and paper, and these are the, and the textile, these are the industries where we can use it. The best example for the power sector, as I said, was in Nagpur. In Nagpur, we have 110 MLD plant, treatment plant for the sewage, and which the water which is treated is used in a power plant. Then the municipal non-potable, here municipal non-potable is Nanded city as a private township in Pune. Here also is a big example. There are many such township and the societies in Pune and Maharashtra and other part of the country as well. But since it is a bigger one, I am just quoting the example. It is a non-potable use of almost 22 mld of water. Then in agriculture, basically the agriculture is actually contributing to the 85% of the water demand as of now. And if you talk about the water here, it is not MLD, it is billions of cubic meter of water is required per year. So here we are giving one example of the KC Valley in Bangalore. It's a project of 440 MLD, which fills about 137 tanks in the drought-prone districts of Karnataka, and which actually creating the water for agricultural usage. And then the environmental, where the water body rejuvenation, groundwater recharge, etc. is required. And uh, Mahadevpura Lake in the Bangalore, which is rejuvenated lake, and also one more I can tell about the Shahadara Lake in Delhi, which are the examples of how the water body rejuvenation is possible from the reclaimed water, which is coming from the treatment of the wastewater. So these are the four sectors in the country which actually needs a lot of water, and where the success stories are existing in the country. We need not to bring it from the outside of the country, and these success stories need to be multiplied in different parts of the country. So if it is, if we work on this, we will be possibly at the state level bubble or city level bubble for the water to create at a net zero conditions or near net zero conditions is possible. Now, one more approach which is required on the policy level when we need to look at is the life cycle approach. This life cycle approach is a very, very detailed phenomena. It is impossible to club this into one lecture, but I'm just trying to make a mention of it here because this itself is a big topic. It is like a one cotton shirt is equivalent to 700 liters of water. Now, what does it mean? If you have a policy of exporting these cotton shirts, you are actually exporting along with that each shirt 700 liters of water. So this is something which is like the resources which has been consumed. This could be having the price tag of as a cost, but then other tag which is added is 700 liters of water. So when we talk about the industrial policies, what kind of policies we need to have, what kind of export policies, water should also be the part of the discussion, water should also be the part of calculations, water should also be the part of which area should do what, whether it's really those resources are available. It's not only that the manpower and then, like for example, we talk about the ore, we talk about the energy, but we never talk about raw material, we never talk about the water. Water has to be thought in that way. Water we take it most of the time as a granted. Then One more phenomena which we need to also talk about when we move to the national level scenario. And national level scenario which we need to add is a minimum ecological flow to be maintained into the rivers. We are drawing a lot of water. So it's a, whether it's a water received by a river and the free flowing water available in the river versus what you are pumping from the river. This has got implications on ecological systems which are within the river, because river is not only water, river has sediments, river has the interaction of the sediment and the water, its flora, fauna, river has its interaction with the uh, air, ambient air, as well as the sunlight, which is which is what is the impacting on the some photosynthesis, which is in aquatic life, which is occurring. So river has got interactions with many things. So entire thing, including its flora, fauna, interaction with sediment, interaction with the solar energy, this is what is all is defined as a river. And when we are building the big dams, actually we are trying on the downstream, we are denying the opportunities of water being flowing. So dams are there, they are necessary for the energy purpose, because that is a clean energy which is generated as compared to the coal-based thermal power plants or even the gas-based thermal power plants. That's a different topic, that's where we can think of. But there are certain conflicts which are there. So it is always would be the conflict between the big dams and the small dams, and where we should also have a minimum ecological flow to maintain the river and avoid a denial of the water, which is not only for the purpose of human usage, but it is also for maintaining that watershed in a healthy condition. So this is also is an important part of the policies which we need to discuss, which we need to find out when we are talking about the zero water level. So when I am talking about the different levels of the bubble, there are different requirements at different place, and these requirements has to be will be understood at the scientific level, where some scientific studies need to be examined. You need to create those water balances at different level. We can learn from the Europe to some extent. European Union and the US both, we have studied that uh, for almost like a decade they have been working on different water policies, right from the drinking water to water reuse. Right in the 2000, about 22 decades back, they have started using water reuse directives. Then the guidelines for integrated water use, then the minimum standards for the reuse, although it has come very recently as not very in the past, but there are certain examples, and direct for transition to the circular economy. So this is what we need to understand. In water and wastewater, still having the circular economy is a very difficult. However circular you want to become, it will still be a linear in most of the places. So what the gaps we have is development of comprehensive wastewater recycle and reuse policy, which has evolved for last 2 decades into US and European country. We need to bring that into India, need to recognize the need of these kind of policies, and we have already started recognizing it. But what we need is much more recognition at different levels, and to make these policies in a place. So, and then we need to have a common regulatory standards and a robust monitoring mechanism. We have enough standards in different part of the other aspects of life, but this monitoring is very weak at our place, and we need to create those monitoring with minimum human interactions. So interventions. So if that happens, probably we will be able to monitor. And of course, the financial incentives will be needed. So this has to come. And furthermore, down the line, what we are doing, I'll explain at the scientific level. We are not going into too much of a detail, but just to give you the glimpses that the environmental big data and supercomputing is the phenomena which is being done at my division. And I have initiated this in NERI for understanding air pollution, floods, and the green covers. But for the today's thing, the flood which are there, and urban floods are becoming common because of the urban development and the change, climate change which we are experiencing, the weather pattern change and the rainfall change which is occurring across the country. So where urban flood modeling is important. We have done this urban flood modeling and the water management things into some of the part of the country, and demonstrated that this is required and how it would be helpful. We have also have developed a system for mapping of the groundwater recharge potential zones, which is important because when we say that return the water to the original resources, so one of the resource which is the groundwater, and what are the opportunities in the area and what would be the mechanism for understanding it. We have demonstrated that we have demonstrated this system as well. This can be very well taken into the different parts. Now let me just finish with the two or three more slides where the challenges, in fact, two slides only, and the challenges are circular economy in wastewater, as I said, will be still be most of the time is a linear economy because you really cannot recirculate entire water. Um, as far as the today's scientific and technological understanding and the development is there, it is possible because it is not that it is not possible because when you send a spacecraft, that entire water is recycled there and there itself. When these people stay there for months or years together, definitely they are not having any other water supply system. So it's an expensive affair. Therefore, it is not possible as of now for the common applications. But yes, there are ways and means of doing it. And then there are moral things which are coming over here, moral availability of the wastewater. While considering water balance on any system, quality of water transmitting from one component to other is important, but not only the quantity, it's the quality which is at most important. And the solution based on the solar renewable energies will be important to make it green. This is whenever we are trying to develop the technologies, whenever we are trying to adapt some technologies, or where we are trying to formulate certain solutions, we need to also work on the certain greener aspects of it. So what are the way forwards which I could think for the day to day? It is not a comprehensive list, it is not even initiative list. What I am just trying to put up, what I came across to my mind this morning while finalizing my presentation. This is creating policies for accounting and incentivizing the use of alternate water, which we do not have. We do not have enough accounting as well as incentivization and not only for the alternate water but return of the water to the source. I would like to draw analogy from net metering of the solar PV installations. Although on an environmental benign part of it, I have a question in mind about the solar PV. But what is the net metering policy, which is important, where I also have installed solar panel at my house, and for last 3 years, I am paying zero, almost zero, except in some month of May, where a lot of energy is consumed in the house. Otherwise, my electricity bill is absolutely zero. That means I actually produce more units of electricity on my rooftop as compared to what I consume from the grid, and I return back into the grid. So if you can create such kind of, we can draw such analogy, of course, looking at the green part of it as well. And then the second point is the national level policy on circular economy in the water sector, which is already on its way. What will be needing is a strong implementation. The circular economy document will be available soon, and we need to adopt these documents at the state level and create the state level policies, national level policies. We have three levels of recommendations in this particular document, which is at one as the national, second as the state level, and third as the ULB level. So these are the levels at which the circular economy and the water sector is being thought. Some policy challenges still needs to be resolved. Say, for example, we have a policy of ZLD into, again, I can say it's in Ganga Basin region. Industries are encouraged or being made mandatory to have a zero liquid discharge ZLD policy. But if the industry has a ZLD policy, then the wastewater which is generated in the domestic sector cannot really go into the reuse for the treated water by the industry. Okay, and the ZLDs are expensive affairs. So there are some conflicts which is within the policies also, because these policies are made in isolation, and these policies made in isolation sector wise. So for a sector, some policies are good, but when the interaction between the sector starts, they may have certain conflicts which we have to iron out, which we need to resolve. One of the such great example which I can draw, again analogy from auto fuel policy of the country, where initially automotive industry had its own policy to meet some standards, and it to make automotive more environmentally benign, whereas the fuel sector had its own policy, which we could combine together in auto fuel policy, which was there, and therefore, because these sectors have a great interaction with them. You cannot put catalytic converters for reduction of emissions on the vehicle unless you have unleaded gasoline, and therefore this has to match hand in hand. So similar things we will face those challenges into water sector as well. We need to understand them as of now immediately and try to resolve those by sitting together across together or forming some integrated policies in the country. I think thanks very much for giving me this opportunity, putting my thought across, and thank you very much. I think I have not exceeded my time except by a minute or two, I believe. Uh, I'm sorry for that exceedance of 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Fantastic presentation, simply fantastic. Please, I request everybody to join me and let us give a big round of applause to Dr. Biniwale, sir, for a very informative and very interesting session. Very interesting session. Thank you, sir, for your mesmerizing views shared on the net zero water. It surely will benefit all of us. It surely will benefit all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving further, I request Dr. Saab to please accept the token of appreciation from IPA as a memento. Team, can you please present the memento on the dais? I request you to please accept, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Rajesh ji, this will be courier to you, sir. This is not a virtual moment.
Okay. I will wait for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again, Dr. Biniwale. And now is the time for the lucky draw. Or sorry, now we have a promotional video before the lucky draw. So guys, you have to stick to the screens because just after the lucky draw, we will have another round of spiritual wheel or lucky draw. I request the team to please display the sponsorial videos.
WaterTech is an acknowledged leader in the bathroom and plumbing spaces, delivering total bathroom and plumbing solutions that not only meet global standards but provides added value of water saving and hygiene. Innovative products from the House of WaterTech with a promise of H2O. The CNX water management system is ideal for any building that requires drinking water installations offering high functionality and levels of hygiene. Easy installation. Intuitive, dead easy operation. Many devices, long distances, remote services and data storage via internet. Alert messaging via SMS or email. API connection to other facility management systems. The Conti Plus CNX water management system enables the complete management of up to 150 connected products such as urinals, taps or showers. The application areas of CNX water management system are swimming pools, schools and sports arenas, army barracks, hotels, doctors' surgeries, hospitals, care homes, drinking water installations in the commercial sector and administrative buildings. Introducing the WaterTech wall mixers. The sturdy and functional wall mixer is a single unit with hot and cold water operation. The 2-in-1 system provides output to the bucket as well as to an overhead shower. The CPVC body over-molded with ABS provides protection from heat and does not transfer heat to the outer part or knobs of the wall mixer. The 2-in-1 wall mixer is tested up to 150 psi or 10 bar of pressure. Introducing the WaterTech Bath and Shower Mixer. Bath and Shower Mixer is a high-flow single-lever concealed diverter that allows one control flow. Under normal products available in the market, which have die-casted brass inner flow path and causes rusty porous inner surfaces, the concealed body of our bath and shower mixer is made of CPVC over-molded with ABS. Uncontaminated lead-free water flow paths is ensured and provides for minimum and maximum flow of clean and hygienic water. WaterTech's concealed flush valve, precision engineered for pure performance. At the heart of this innovation is its corrosion-proof, self-closing cartridge with the outer body made of high-quality, NSF-approved UPVC resin ensures reliable continuous operation. Its concealed shut-off provision releases the ideal amount of water, resulting in water saving and minimizes noise and splash in the water flow for added privacy. At the heart of this innovation is its corrosion-proof body made of UPVC, which is normally made of metal. Resulting in water saving and minimizes noise.
FlowGuard piping systems are the most widely used CPVC plumbing systems in the world. A marketplace leader, we use over 60 years of experience to deliver reliability to every home, business and community. Our team of experts have installed billions of meters of pipes and fittings, providing ease of installation and proven performance that gives businesses and home developments the competitive edge they need to become more successful. Made with high-performance chlorinated polyvinyl chloride or CPVC compounds which are NSF/PW certified, the quality surpasses industry competitors. Connected with solvent weld joints, FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems can be installed faster and safer than any other conventional piping system, all while meeting code requirements. And this doesn't even include the acoustic and thermal installation properties. As water is reliably transported, FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems resist chlorine and chloramine chemicals. This helps keep drinking water safe and allows the system to maintain peak performance without corrosion and scaling over time, giving homes and businesses the reliable water supply they need and the peace of mind they deserve. Backed by the integrity of the Lubrizol Corporation, a Berkshire Hathaway company, FlowGuard CPVC piping systems' global reputation helps to ensure the delivery of a superior product to your customers. This teamwork helps you grow and be more successful. When selecting FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems, you can be certain that you're investing in a piping system that families, businesses and communities can count on for a lifetime. Partner with an industry leader that delivers reliable, world-class products and technologies. Speak with a trusted FlowGuard representative from the Lubrizol Corporation.
Global challenges require global responses. At Velo, we are playing our part and leading the way. The Velo Group is one of the world's leading providers of pumps and pump systems for the building services, water management and industrial sectors. We move water with innovative products, smart solutions and individual services. Velo provides critical infrastructure around the world. We fit out important buildings like hospitals and waterworks. We equip key industries and agriculture. Velo is the digital pioneer in its industry. As an innovation leader, we set standards, from smart production to our connected products. They allow us to achieve new dimensions of customer satisfaction and efficiency. Velo offers sustainable solutions while also taking social responsibility. As one of 50 sustainability and climate leaders and the winner of the German Sustainability Award 2021, Velo is committed to actively slowing climate change. And by 2025, all of Velo's production sites around the world will be climate neutral. Around 8,000 employees are the foundation of our success. They are the heart of Velo. Together, we can overcome the greatest challenges of our time.
in the door.
Und wie geht das genau?
And what about the pipes?
Und was ist mit Schule? Und was ist mit... Und was ist mit... Und was ist mit...
Fertig. Fertig.
Milan, you are on mute.
Oh, thank you, DOPK. Thank you, sponsors WaterTech, Ashirwad, Willow, Astral, Kirloskar, Flowguard Plus, Gebrit for a feast to our eyes, for a very interesting and informative presentation. And special thanks for the support for this event. And we do expect the same in future too. Now, we are again back to the interesting and fun part of the conference, that is the lucky draw to our spirited wheel of fortune. Team, can you please display the wheel? Can I request respected Dr. Biniwala to give the countdown 3, 2, 1 for the wheel? Okay, BOPK, can you, I think sir is in mute and not able to hear. BOPK, can you give the countdown for the wheel?
Yeah, 3,
Please.
2, 1.
दिल थाम के रखिए. Asmita Dhananjay Chavan. Congratulations, Asmita. And the gift will be given to you later. It will be couriered to your address. Thank you and congratulations. So now, let us gear up for the third technical session on zero liquid discharge, a case study by Medanta Pedicity Hospital by a very known Mr. Sanjay Batra. Mr. Sanjay Batra, please welcome. I'm very delighted to welcome you, Mr. Sanjay. Mr. Sanjay is the Director Projects of Medanta Group, a 1,000-bedded hospital in Lucknow, 225-bedded hospital in Ranchi, and 160-bed super specialty hospital in Indore. Over the last 16 years, Sanjay has been responsible for the construction of Medanta Medicity, Gurgaon, with a built-up area of 22.73 lakh square feet. Medanta Lucknow with a built-up area of 14.38 lakh square feet, and major renovations of Medanta Ranchi and Medanta Indore. He is currently working on completion of Medanta Patna with a built-up area of 10 lakh square feet. Sanjay ji holds a BTech Mechanical Engineering degree from IIT Delhi. Sanjay ji has a special interest in green building and net zero buildings, and he is on the board of directors of Indian Green Building Council. Welcome, Mr. Sanjay Batra, and over to you.
Thank you.
My pleasure, sir.
Okay. Presentation. Okay. Can you all see the presentation, please?
Yeah, it is visible, sir. It is visible, very visible, and you are
All right.
audible too.
I'm audible and I'm visible. Okay.
Yeah, sir.
All right. Now, my presentation is a little different than the stalwarts who have presented earlier. This is a very, very down-to-earth practical approach and something which we have achieved. So it's not theory, it's absolute practical and down-to-earth what we have really achieved here. So I'll take you through. All right. Now, water, as you know, is a depleting resource. Everyone has said so, everyone knows it. There's no point of repeating it. Out of a total quantity of water in the earth, it's 3% is fresh, 97% is salt water. That's the whole story. Now, I'm not going to go through what is the current water scarcity. Cities like Cape Town, Chennai, India, worst examples of water crisis. And we are told that by years to come, 2030, India's projected water demand will be twice as much as the supply. So we are going to head into a very serious problem. Okay, what can we do? Should we wait for things to go from bad to worse, or should we take measurable actions and take the accountability on our hands? What we have done, I am going to present you a practical case study of this large hospital. It's built on 25 acres of land, 2.4 million, 24 lakh square feet. That's not a small building. It's got 16 floors, 65 meters high. It's got 1,200 beds. It's got 40 operation theaters, large radiology, radiation oncology, and two very large water consuming areas. One is a very modern laundry. It washes 10 tons of linen every day, 10,000 kilos of dry weight. Now, 10,000 kilos of dry weight of linen washing, you know how much water it consumes. It's got a kitchen which makes about 10,000 meals a day. There also plenty of water gets used. So I'm just saying, despite this, all this water consumed, we don't discharge even one liter of water. We used to discharge by tons. Now we don't discharge any water. We recycle, we reuse everything here. There's a background. Okay. We have a very modern classroom with about
1 minute, Sanjay. Sushant, you mute yourself, please. You're disturbing the presentation. Sanjay ji, carry on, sir.
All right. Now, this has got a very modern plant room with 4,000 tons of air conditioning, not a small. And you know how much water the air conditioning cooling was used. We've got 4,000 tons of air conditioning, 300 tons for the OT block. We've got 3 large steam boilers, not large, by hospital standards large, 4 ton per. A large RO plant. I know Rajesh ji does not like RO plants, but in a hospital, there is no choice. We have to supply RO water for various usage internally. But I'll tell you what we do with the RO discharge. Since we are not discharging anything, I'll run you through what happens to the RO discharge. Then we've got 150 KLD effluent treatment plant. We've got very large 2000 kVA 6 DG sets. And if you see last line, the daily footfall in the lobby is 25,000 people. Now, if you can imagine 25,000 people running through the lobby, to the patients, to the attendants, how much water they would consume, how many times the flushing will happen, where, 25,000 is not a mean amount of people in the lobby over a 24-hour period. So now, there are 8 different types of water in a hospital. And if we have to treat each one of them, okay? So 8 types. One is your raw water, municipal water. We don't have any bore wells. We deliberately did not put any bore wells. We just use municipal water, and we reduced our consumption from, I'll show you how much to how much, so we are able to manage with municipal water. You have treated water. Treated water is a mixture of filtered water plus RO water to get down to the limits what we want. Then there is STP, treated water used for flushing, horticulture, tower. Then there's water for air conditioning. Then there's chilled water, hot water, condenser water. There's RO water. There is softened water for laundry, kitchen, CSSD. There's water for dialysis. There's drinking water. So there are 8 different types of water in a large hospital facility like this. And our daily water consumption is 8 lakh liters of water every day. Lakh liters in one building. This used to be 12 lakh liters. Today it is 8 lakh liters. 4 lakh liters a day has been cut down. And I'll show you how. So now the major areas consuming water are laundry, as I said, kitchen, patient toilets. There are 1,200 rooms, and you can imagine how much toilets. Staff lockers, there are 7,000 employees, people having showers and having toilets, changing uniforms. There are public toilets, centralized drinking water. We don't have those bottles of water, it's completely chilled, centralized drinking water. Yes, steam boilers consuming cooling towers for air conditioning and irrigation of landscape areas. These are the major areas which are consuming water. So we made a water balance chart which was based on the design data of National Building Code, which indicates the requirement of 1200 KLD. And now, with various measures, consumption has been brought down to 800 KLD. 400 KLD per day, it's not a small amount. So that has been brought down, and I'll show you how. If you go through the water consumption chart, can we get rid of this shit? You'll see this is as per the, just a minute. Just a minute. No, just minimize it. Yeah. Minimize it, yes? Minimize. Huh?
Just need to press escape, sir.
If you look at the NBC, it says very clearly 450 liters per day per patient bed. For staff, they say 45 liters per day. Visitors, 15 liters per day. Kitchen, there's a figure, and laundry, there's a figure, okay? If you see what we have done, patient beds from 450 liters per day brought down to 350. Staff from 45 liters per day came down to 20, and visitors from 15 to 10. So if you see from 1200 KLD, we are at 810, which is a saving of 382 KLDs. Okay. Now, if you look at this, the water balance chart as per NBC 1200 KLD, you had what I told you: patient bed 300, staff visitors 590, kitchen 50. All this goes into the wastewater treatment plant, STP, ETP, and then from here it was being 650 to HVAC, 300 for flushing, irrigation, 200, but the discharge 0. Now you see what we have changed over to 800 KLD. So there is 0 discharge, but every area the figures have come down. It's no more 650 for HVAC, it's now 400. So flushing is not 300, it is 200. So it's come down. So how did we go about reducing the water consumption? One, we changed all our fixtures to low flow fixtures. Every single fixture in the building, and you know how many fixtures are there? Thousands and thousands. Change them to low flow fixtures. We changed all our systems to dual flow systems. We reduced the air conditioning tonnage, major reduction in air conditioning tonnage. The whole thing was designed for 800 tons. We are now running on 300, 280, 300 tons. Reduction in boiler running hours and maximizing the steam condensate return. We optimized the laundry wash cycles. We started drip irrigation, and we retrofitted the cooling towers of DG sets with radiator cool. You know how much cooling tower uses water for a 2000 kVA DG set, and the way the power used to go in Haryana, 10 hours, 12 hours, these three sets, 6000 kVA sets used to run. Change them to radiator cool. So no more cooling towers for the DG sets. So now there's no water going there. So when we use low flow fixtures, this is a chart which shows how much difference a low flow fixture makes versus a conventional fixture. So you can see water closet 6 liters. If you put a low flow, it's 4 liters. Urinal from 4 liters is 3 liters. Faucets and taps, so 6 liters a minute has gone to 4 liters a minute. Shower heads from 10 liters go down to 6 liters a minute. So we changed all the fixtures to low flow fixtures. That was one major. It cost us a lot of money, but that's what we did. You can see these are the low flow fixtures. You just get a spray from here. You don't get a flow of just like a little bit of rain coming out, but works very well. Okay, dual flow systems. There are two buttons: top button flush, bottom button flush. So when you want to use a bigger flush, okay, if you just go and urinate, you do the top flush. All systems have got now the dual buttons. Now, one more thing which we did was we reduced the air conditioning tonnage from 320 square feet, from 540 square feet a ton, and brought it down to 320 square feet a ton. How did we do this? It's not easy to reduce the air conditioning tonnage. It takes a lot of money, a lot of effort. It's the way we control the air conditioning, the way we control the automatic VFD drives on chillers. Let's talk of the tonnage. The basic tonnage is controlled how? By use of insulation. External windows of the hospital are all double glazed and they are filled with nitrogen. So there's those they don't transmit the kind of heat what a normal window. Double glazed filled with nitrogen. Roof is insulated with 3 inches of thermocol, 3 to 4 inches of thermocol. Everywhere the doors are isolated, the air pressures are controlled so there is no leakage, and we have reduced the tonnage of air conditioning. Then I have to reduce the chiller hour because chillers are a major consumer of water. The amount of water which evaporates out of this 800 KLD, 350 evaporates in chillers. 350 KLD evaporates in chillers out of the 800 we consume. So we have to bring the load down. We have to bring the running hours down. Then, so we retrofitted, put VFDs on existing chillers. That means they would run only to the extent that they need. Put in an automatic tube cleaning system on chiller condensers. How does that help? Here the heat transfer takes place, the tubes are cleaned all the time, and the heat transfer takes place properly. So we don't get water just flowing through without any heat transfer. So that's how it works. On all the air handling units, we have put in VFDs. So the efficiency of the AHUs are very much, on the higher side. That if the temperature comes, it slows down. If temperature comes in the room, it slows down. So the tonnage used is less, and VFDs are really helping. And then to keep the tubes clean, because of the muck which is floating around all around Haryana, this dust storms and all that. So we have put in UV tubes on the AHU coils. So the coils remain absolutely brand new. You go and open a AHU and see the coil, it looks as if it's a brand new coil. So heat transfer is better. And because there is a VFD, the moment temperature starts achieving in any area, it all slows down, and then the load on the chiller comes down. One more thing we did was, in a normal hospital, any hospital, you will see there is only one air conditioning system. We also had one here. But if you see, the requirement of the operation theaters here, because we have 40 operation theaters, I mean, most hospitals have 10, 12, 15. We have 40. We had to do something because the OTs require 5.5 degrees chill water because they want a lower temperature inside. Like orthopedics, they need 16 degrees inside. They will not do with 22, 24. So for obtaining 16, you have to run the chill water at 5.5. It uses energy, it uses, running hours or more. Then OT is done only for 6 in the morning till 8 at night. 1 or 2 OTs will keep for emergency, but otherwise, after 8 at night, there's virtually, they start shutting down. But if we have only one chiller, one circuit of water, it runs 24 hours, and then after 8 o'clock, I don't need 5.5 degrees, but I have cooled down the entire water to 5.5 degrees. So we segregated the chill water system for the OTs and the rest of the building. Rest of the building runs at 24, 23, 26. This here they want 16. So the running hours of OT chillers, we've separated them, and that has reduced a lot of energy consumption, and of course the water. Okay. Then we worked on the boilers. We installed heat pumps to produce hot water. A little bit of byproduct of heat pump is also chill water. So we reduced the boiler running hours because boilers will consume water, treated water, that goes into steam and send all over. So if we use the heat pump, got hot water out of the heat pump, so the boiler running hours came down. We have 4 boilers, 3 boilers, now only 1 runs. 2 boilers are not running. 1 boiler runs for a small period of time. We put in solar panels for hot water to reduce the running hours. Then we have put an elaborate condensate recovery system of laundry and kitchen, because laundry uses immense amount of steam. 10,000 kilos of linen you are washing. So there's so much of steam which goes there. Kitchen, 10,000 meals, rice boiler and dal boiler and all kinds of things. So that has put a big condensate recovery system. No condensate gets wasted, gets collected, goes back to the deaerator and back into the boiler. Then laundry, we optimize the washer extractors. We said you are going to run only on full loads. Otherwise, partial load, you will have the same amount of water. So we said, no, unless it's full, don't run it. So certain amount of discipline. Now irrigation, we're using all drip irrigation, efficient use of sprinkler system, optimizing timing for irrigation. We have got 22 large rainwater harvesting pits. Rainwater from all the terraces are recharged in these pits. So these are some of the measures what we have undertaken to reduce the water consumption. And now I believe this would be one of the few hospitals with no discharge. 8 lakh liters of water, and then we don't discharge not even one. Now in terms, I'll give you a very interesting story. We recycle, see, we have the lab has a lot of discharge. You will see that in the lab, the blood samples which are used, they are put into the drain. Your there are contaminants, there is all kinds of things which are the lab discharges. Okay, there's laundry discharge, there's kitchen discharge. Now, all this goes through a very, very efficient ETP, the effluent treatment plant. The discharge of this ETP goes into the STP, the sewage treatment plant. And from the sewage treatment plant, we recycle, and it is such an efficient plant because after the STP, we have an ultrafiltration unit, which has got activated carbon filter, UV ray, everything. So I'll tell you something. This water is going for irrigation. Of course, it's going for cooling tower makeup and all that. It goes for irrigation. We've got 25 acres of land, irrigation, and everywhere where there's an irrigation point, we have a board there. Water not for drinking, not for drinking, not for drinking. But if you go and walk around during lunchtime, the Malis are carrying their tiffin boxes. They go and sit near these things. They open and have their khana pina, and then they open this tap, put it in the drinking into the empty containers and drink this water. So this water which is treated is so good. I have done this many number of times. I brought a lot of people who want to see our sewage treatment plant. I get the fully treated water after our ultrafiltration plant, take a sample in a glass, take a fresh water sample in a glass, put both the glasses on the table. I said, now just smell each one of them. They're the same. I said, you want to drink? Which one would you drink? I'll drink either. I said, drink them. Fellows have drunk sewage treated water. Nothing has happened. I mean, so good because we get it tested in the lab, and you know hospital labs how good they are. Tested in the lab, it's treated so well that you can almost drink it. Now this water, when it goes up back for flushing, it goes all the way up for flushing, and in the flush, you know the flushes are white ceramic. If there's a little tinge in the water, little yellowish, it will look dirty. Anybody will say, yeah, what is this? After flushing, my toilet has got a little yellow tinge. It's absolutely bright and clear. No question of a tinge. And if it is little bit of smell, there's no smell. Because in a toilet, if you flush and you got an STP treated water, you get smell. So there is no smell, there is no discoloration. It is treated so well. And I told you, people smell both the glasses. One is fresh water, one is STP water. They can't find the difference. So this is where we can recycle and reuse. All this water is going back to the flushes, goes back. So that's why we say we have absolutely zero discharge. So these are some of the pictures of the building. This is the frontage. And then this is our plumbing plant room. It's a huge, big plant room. This is our water filtration. This is the water distribution, different circuits, hydromatic pumps. This is the RO unit, big RO unit, and STP filtration plant. And this is where the final treatment is, the STP ultrafiltration plant. Now you can see all these filters. They can see activated carbon filter, UV tubes, and then you get absolute clear water. Of course, these 8 chiller units, there's some chiller plant room. And that's all I have to say. But I'm saying I'm very proud that we don't discharge any water and consumption has been brought down. If there are any questions, I'd like to take it.
Thank you very much. Sanjay ji, thank you very much. Am I? Okay.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting and informative presentation. Your valuable briefings, for showing us and guiding us through your on-ground experience. I salute your passion towards the water saving, energy saving, and sustainable practices. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
dear colleagues, before moving ahead, I just want to share a few things. First thing is, now we will again have a lucky draw. But one thing which I'm observing is that either you have understood all the, of course, definitely all our expert speakers are very are giving very interesting and very informative presentations, but there are no questions. So please feel free and type your questions in the chat box. Please feel free and type your questions in the chat box so that they can be answered. See, you don't get a chance to interact with such valuable speakers. So please type your questions. Secondly, yes, sir. Yes, Gurmeet, sir, please.
Sir, I went to the Medicity Medanta with Mr. Sanjay Batra, and in the winter he took me around and I was sweating in my suit also, the way he showed me everything. And when we went to the STP, he took a glass and took out the water and asked me to drink it. And I said, damn well, I'm not drinking treated hospital water, especially when there are hundreds of patients there. And he drank that water himself in front of me, and he said that "Mujhe kuch nahi hota, tujhe kya hoega?" And he's still alive. So I must tell you, fantastic treatment that they do, and congratulations, Mr. Sanjay Batra. You've done a wonderful job, boss.
Thank you, Gurmeet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, moving ahead, I request Mr. Sanjay Batra to accept the token of love, a memento from Indian Plumbing Association.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I request our convener, Mr. BOPK, to please present the memento to Mr. Sanjay Batra.
Yes, Sanjay ji, it was a really, as you initially said, it is a down-to-earth presentation, very informative. All of us, like designers, it was a help and eye-opener, to make into practice. And it is my pleasure for presenting you a memento from IPA as our gratitude towards your presentation, sir. Please accept the memento will reach you your home by courier.
Thank you.
Now
Sir.
it is in a fashion of virtual age.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now moving forward, let us now check out the third lucky draw winner of this session. Before spinning the wheel of fortune, I would like to inform all the participants that all the lucky winners are going to get a prize of Samsung mobile. And after this winner, we will also display what the prize is. So yeah, okay, very good team. Thank you so much. So this is the prize every winner is going to get will be couriered by IPA at his home. Team, can you please display the wheel? Yeah. CAG sir, can I request you to please do the countdown for the wheel?
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
ये जी ऑनलाइन रूले हो रहा है आपका?
Yes,
sir. Congratulations, Jagannath G. The prize
Jagannath G with a J-I.
Yeah, G with the J-I, correct. The prize will be couriered to you home, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let us move ahead to the next session. See, we have been listening to the eminent speakers' deliberation all in the area of net zero water since complete afternoon. All these valuable insights have given us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing these issues or practicing practically on the site. Now, to get a practical view, let us now reach to our next destination, and that is panel discussion. So friends, with great pleasure, let me welcome my good friend, colleague, and our today's session moderator, Mr. Minesh Shah, Director, Aqua Utility Design and Management. Mr. Minesh is an MEP consultant, Director of Aqua Utility Design and Management, MEP Consultants, and Chairman of IPA Ahmedabad chapter, a bachelor from civil engineering from Saurashtra University. He is also a green plumber accredited specialist. Mr. Minesh is also a TC committee member of IPA and has extensive experience in planning and designing of services, project management, and coordination of the project. His key expertise is in construction and project management, infrastructure planning, MEP design coordination with clients, consultants, and contractors, imminent estimation, tendering, bill checking, technical and quality supervision, preparations and execution of contracts. Welcome, Minesh. Welcome. Over to you and over to you. Please go ahead. Please take over. Minesh, you are muted, Minesh.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, very.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Milind. Good evening and namaste to everyone. Really, it was a privilege today for me as well as all of us to hear three wonderful speakers, Ms. Joy, Guy, Dr. Rajesh Biniwala, and Mr. Sanjay Batra on today's session concept of net zero. Well, Ms. Joy gave us an entire overview on the World Green WGBC's perspective on net zero. Rajesh Biniwala sir's presentation was mesmerizing, and Sanjay Batra sir's paper was a technical excellence. So now it's my responsibility to take you all through the next 1 hour with an interesting discussion on integrated approach towards net zero water with some eminent and renowned panelists. Can I ask the backend team to first display the name of panelists so that we can have an introduction? The first panelist will be architect JP Agarwal. Architect JP Agarwal is principal architect at Agarwal & Agarwal, the architectural firm which has completed 800 real estate projects, and several project designs by the firm are widely considered as landmarks of Calcutta. Architect JP Agarwal ji graduated from MS University of Baroda in the year 1986 with 2 gold medals and started professional practice in 1988. JP and his team's work is recognized time to time by various national level magazines and publications. The testimonials include many prestigious awards. His practice is largely committed to the environment and user-friendly design approach. In this endeavor, the firm has designed various platinum-rated and gold-rated green buildings. Agarwal & Agarwal is awarded Green Champions Award for determining the highest green floor space in the country by Indian Green Building Council. Welcome, JP sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Sabir Kanchwala, an evangelist for the green cause. Sabir spearheads the sustainability initiatives for real estate, hotels, and malls of K. Raja Corp for the last 15 years, among other key functions which include purchase, contracts, project coordination, and heading the Goa region projects. With close to 3 decades of real estate experience, Sabir transformation, which ranges green building for new development and existing projects with the Bill Clinton Climate Foundation under their Building Energy Retrofit program. Sabir has master's degree in structural engineering from the University of Cincinnati, Ohio, USA, and a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Sardar Patel College of Engineering, University of Mumbai, and a postgraduate management diploma in real estate and financial management from NICMAR. Our third panelist Our third panelist is Mr. B.S.A. Narayan. Mr. B.S.A. Narayan sir is the Managing Director of Maple Engineering Design Services India Private Limited. He holds a degree in civil engineering with public health engineering as his specialization. He has been associated with leading technological firms from all over the world and has designed plumbing and fire protection systems, water and sewerage treatment plants. He is a member of American Society of Plumbing Engineers USA, Fellow of Institute of Plumbing and Heating Engineering USA, Fellow of Institute of Plumbing Association of Consulting Civil Engineers India. He is also Director of World Plumbing Council. A founder member of Indian Plumbing Association. He is also the current National Vice President of India. Welcome, BSA, sir. Our third panelist is Mr. Farooq Bathena from KSB. Mr. Farooq is the Director of Sales and Marketing KSB Firms Limited, India. He possesses 25 years of experience in sales and marketing. Mr. Bathena is a graduate in mechanical engineering and a certified marine engineer. After a stint of 10 years in the Merchant Navy, he joined KSB India in 1990 as an executive officer and was part of the team handling pumps for refinery, petrochemical, and fertilizer industries. Before taking over as Director of Sales and Marketing, Mr. Bathena held senior positions as Head of Product Management and also as the Head of Energy Business. Our last panelist, the fifth one, is Mr. Ritesh Patel from Astral Polytechnic. He is working as a Head Technical Services for Astral, looking after new product development and technical support. He is instrumental on various certifications like ISI, ISO, NSF, UL, etc. Mr. Ritesh Patel is a chemical engineer by qualification and is an active member of various standardization committee of Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS, including CD 50, Plastic Piping Sectional Committee, as well as CD 22, Firefighting Sectional Committee, and also served as panel member on various Indian standards. Welcome Ritesh on board. So this is our team of 5 panelists today. Now coming on to the topic, integrated approach towards net zero. In the universe, life is known to exist nowhere except the earth. Modern science unequivocally believes that life cannot exist without water. Life has sustained on the earth for 3.5 billion years because of some extraordinary attributes of the earth. One such attribute is the hydrological cycle, by which a small fraction of all fresh water in the earth is circulated over and over again. Unfortunately, we are very adamant and keen to disturb this natural hydrological cycle with all our actions and behaviors. The lack of awareness on this has resulted into our exploitation of surface sources like wells for drinking and industrial use, resulting into dropping of water levels and drying up of the bore wells. India is witnessing a tremendous growth in construction industry and infrastructure development, which is responsible for more than 10% of the total water consumption of the country. The raw water is primarily sourced from groundwater, and due to overexploitation of water, many areas are facing issues of water quality and quantity. India constitutes about 17% of world's population with 4% of world's freshwater resources. With the changing weather patterns and recurring droughts, India is water stressed, which means that fetching water from the ground is becoming harder and harder, with water tables still falling down. Today's cities like Chennai, Bengaluru, Delhi are facing severe water issues, and very soon all major cities of India will be running out of water. As per World Resources Institute reports, 54% of India, that's approximately 600 million people or more, faces high to extremely high water stress. So is it not a time to think beyond green building criteria, beyond 20 to 30% water reduction criteria, and think of net zero water? In a simple meaning, achieving net zero water means limiting the consumption of water resources and returning it back to the same watershed, or so as not to deplete the resources of that region or that area in terms of quantity, quality of water. The green building councils from all across the corner of the world have pledged to have all existing buildings net zero by 2050 and all new building construction after 2030 to be net zero. Surely this will be a Herculean task to achieve in the next 9 years, and will also involve additional cost and technology to achieve net zero. I think where IPA should come forward and start an initiative on awareness targeting to achieve net zero water by adopting an integrated approach among all the stakeholders with innovative technologies and ideas at optimized cost. With an integrated approach, the net zero water can be achieved focusing on 4 basic principles of or the pillars as highlighted by Ms. Joy Gay in her paper earlier in the day. These 4 pillars, as she said, were educational awareness on use of water, to save water as a user point or at source, treatment of black and grey water, and rainwater harvesting or reuse of rainwater. I shall be focusing on these 4 principles today in this panel discussion. We are all aware that using low flow fixtures and complying with various green building norms, we can achieve around 20-30% reduction in water consumption with respect to national baselines per capita water usage. Nowadays, many project proponents have started adopting green building principles, thus promoting rainwater harvesting, water efficient products, wastewater treatment, and reuse of treated water for non-potable applications. Some of the developers have also come forward installing separate grey water treatment plants and black water treatment plants, wherein treated grey water is reused for domestic purposes, whereas treated black water is reused for toilet purposes. Mr. Sanjay Batra already highlighted about the quality of treatment in his hospital. So to discuss on this, I'd like to call upon our first panelist of the session, Mr. Sabbir Kanchwala. Sabbir, as an evangelist for the green cause and having done many LEED and IGBC gold certified projects, you might have saved about 20 to 30% of water complying all green norms. Now here we are talking of going beyond green compliances, which is net zero water. So what is your perspective on saving water at source, or I mean at user point, which is the second important, which is the most important pillar of achieving net zero water? Over to you, Shabir.
Yeah, thank you, Ramesh. In a country, India, obviously, conserving water is more important than conserving power. When I say that, I mean that water being a natural resource is something which we are all very concerned about. And with the urban population, growing day by day, there is a expanded treatment of wastewater as well as normal drinking water. So our cities are facing aging water supply and wastewater treatment infrastructure as they approach the end of the life of major overhaul and require a major overhaul. The unsubstantiated water use patterns in our cities has further aggravated this problem. The local and the global climate change again aggravates this problem further. So the green building concept, which I've looked at 20 to 30% saving of water, is not going to be enough. We need to do more. So just as we have a concept of net zero energy, the concept of net zero water is analogous to it. Having said that, a widespread treatment of an integrated system, which includes the supply treatment, reuse of water on the neighborhood scale, is an important strategy for increasing the resiliency of our existing water system. So we need to do more, and we need to progress more in ensuring the way people view water resources. We need to raise awareness. We need to increase the implementation of water conservation measures. So I would like to end by saying that with a combination of rainwater harvesting, aggressive conservation, water recycling, buildings can achieve self-sufficiency from the water grid, what we call as net zero water. Thank you.
Very well said, Sabir, exactly on the point. So we move ahead with the second thing. With fast-paced growth and development, India can be the foremost country in implementation and demonstration of world-class net zero buildings in next 1 decade, provided a proper awareness and integrated approach has been taken by all the stakeholders. To achieve this, one needs to focus on activities that would enable the market transformation of technologies and services related to net zero buildings. And the key role to be played in this transformation is by the consultants or the designers. So I'd like to call upon our most senior consultant, B.S. Narayan sir, for the next question. Narayan sir, you are one of the most respected leading consultant of the country and have spent your entire life designing various projects. So it will be relevant for me to ask you that what will be your practical design approach to achieve net zero water in a project? Narayan sir.
Thank you, Minesh. This is a very apt question or very apt subject to discuss. And this is very important now. I think whatever we do, the designs and various projects and then various activities, we need to aim at net zero, if not net positive. at least the net zero design. Actually, the goal of net zero water is to preserve the quantity and quality of natural water resources with minimal deterioration, depletion, and rerouting by utilizing potential alternate water sources and water efficiency measures to minimize the use of supplied fresh water. So this is the main goal. And keeping this goal into consideration, we need to start working on any projects. I think this is the order of the day, as I said. So having said this, what are the fundamental aspects to achieve net zero water in a building includes the following. One is the minimize water consumption. So how do we do this? By reduce the demand by employing innovative technologies that consumes less water. So we have heard a lot of things since afternoon, a lot of very good proceedings from very eminent people that how to reduce, and then especially Mr. Bhatta's case study on the hospital, which really gives insight of these things. And the second point is minimize water consumption. Produce alternative water sources to offset either purchased or secured sourced fresh water. So this is again a very important factor. The third is treating wastewater on site and reuse the excess treated water to original water. Reuse the excess treated water and put it to the original water source. Quality of reused water is very important in this case. So we have to take a lot of care to treat it properly to put it back into the original water. So after having said this, how do you measure the net zero water, which is important to determine if your building is meets with the net zero objectives? So it can be presented. I want to present it in three simple formulae here. One is the total water used, the water consumed within the boundaries, that is domestic and non-domestic purpose. The second is alternative water usage in part or completely. The third is water returned, water collected from the building system and returned to the original source. This is very important. So keeping these three fundamentals, we can start working on any project to achieve the net zero. So having discussed on these above points, I would like to explain a case study of a project designed by us to achieve the net zero water principles. Just the description of the project is a university campus on 100 acres development and comprising of academic buildings, kitchens, laundry, dining halls, school, commercial buildings, and three high-rise buildings housing hostels and residences. These high-rise buildings is almost like 40 plus floors. They call it as a tallest university in the world. So to achieve net zero design of the types of water we are planned for the above campuses are, one is what we call it as, we have planned three types of water to achieve completely zero discharge from the campus. So type A is the potable water used for drinking and cooking facilities and kitchen or in the pantry area. And we have planned type B is the domestic water used for other than drinking, cooking and flushing, like washing clothes, cleaning floors and bathing, etc. Type C water is used for flushing WC, urinals and irrigation system. So we categorized the three different types of water and we started working on that. And now we will see what are the sources of this water for different types of usage. Type A water, the source is rainwater falling on the roof of each building and augment shortfall by borewell, tankers or municipal water. Further, I would like to say something about the borewell and tankers. Very important to make sure that the quality of source to be reviewed and treatment needs to be planned for alternative source. So coming back to the borewells and tankers, we never wanted to use the borewells and also the tanker supply. So for that, from the day one, initially, while planning stage itself, we have introduced a water body, which is a very big lake. A lake is created on the site to collect the water from non-terrace areas as an alternative to borewells and tanker supply. So the lake is, after creation, probably the first or the second rainfall, the lake was full because all the stormwater drains and all those things we were directing it towards the lake. So the type, what would be the source for type B? Source is rainwater runoff from the surface like roads, pavers, hardscape, softscape, and polyhouses, roof, and shortfall will be augmented by treated wastewater after polished treatment like ultrafiltration and RO. But what we have to very clearly, very important thing to be noted here is the quality of water to be treated for oil and gas, suspended solids, and biocontamination. This is very important because of the extensive landscaping area, there will be chances of biocontamination. So type C is the source is the treated wastewater from STP, keeping quality below the PCB norms. That's very important, and PCB limitations. So to do this, what we have assumed is to achieve different sources of water, we have assumed the following. I'm just going a little towards the design, but not in detail. So all residential usages will be worked out for 305 days per annum, and non-residential usage will be around 251 days per annum, because this is a university campus and there are residences and permanent staff will be there and all. And what we have catered is 10 liters per capita per day and 5 liters per capita per day for type A water demand for residential and non-residential purpose, and 80 liters per capita per day and 5 liters liters per capita per day for type B water demand for residential and non-residential respectively, and 45 liters per capita per day and 30 liters per capita per day are type C water for residential and non-residential purpose. So if we take it as per the National Building Code, we are well within the limits, and even for the non-residential, we are even saving the water by 5 liters per capita per day. We are saving the water. So the fact is planned for the buildings in the campus are academic building 5 numbers, knowledge center, universal hostel is the biggest capacity, 2 numbers, and executive hostel for the long stay hostel is 1 number, dining 1 number, employees residence 1 number, school and commercial. So to calculate the water and to work out the usage pattern, we have taken total roof area of the entire campus is 22,050 square meters. Of course, I have a lot of the breakup and all those things. And total paved and unpaved area is 1,24,680 square meters. So what we have done to achieve the water balance system, I want to put it in a nutshell. The following design proposals were executed, and it was started. We started checking all the parameters. The total demand for the university, putting type A, type B, type C water, works out to almost 1 million liters per day. By planning different types of usages, type A, B, C, put together, what we have achieved is in rainfall years, very average rainy days, we achieve around 0.9 million liters per day. And in poor rainfall years or very weak rainfall years, we achieving almost like 0.8 million liters per day. So what I would like to say is a shortfall is only up to 10% initially, and we have a good monsoon, we can achieve. So this project is envisaged and then it was done, and now the phase 1 is completely occupied and it's in use, and phase 2 is almost completed and then it's going to be put to use. I'm sure in another 2-3 years after a good rainfall, this year we have very good rainfall in Bangalore. So after 2-3 years, we will be achieving the net zero, and it's not net positive, probably by efficient maintenance and efficient following the parameters, we can even achieve net plus also. So this is an example, and Minesh, of course, this is the order of the day. We need to all consultants and then the clients. We need to sit together and take the projects towards this direction. Thank you.
Thanks, VSN sir, for explaining in depth the entire design approach with a small case study. Now, for any successful project, we need a good architect who has to lead the show as a captain of the team and guide all the members to achieve the goal. So how can this discussion go beyond without hearing from an architect? We already have a developer, we had a consultant. So now I'd like to call upon our eminent panelist and a very senior architect from Calcutta, Sri JP Agarwal ji. In fact, I did have a privilege of interacting with him in one of his projects in Vadodara. JP sir, your firm has been awarded Green Champions Award by IGBC for designing many platforms and gold-rated projects. Looking to this great exposure and vast experience in this field, I would like to ask you as how important is the role of education and awareness for achieving net zero water, given the fact that 54% of our country is water stressed, with around 21 major cities running out of water in next 1 decade if the corrective actions are not taken. JP sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to interact with all of you on a very important subject and a challenge to the mankind. 54% of the population is water stressed, and in next 10 years, we'll face major challenge for the water, which is so vital for human life. These two things, are such a question that, instead of talking anything else, any science, mobile upgrades, softwares, I think we all should only talk about the water. Now, with the technology, we are trying to resolve the issue related with the fuel and the pollution. Are we giving equal amount of efforts on the to solve the problem of the future by using the technology? That is the first very big question. To go to have a zero, rather what I would say that, drawing from anywhere outside and whatever you draw you replenish is I think as of now kind of a utopian idea, because on one particular plot there is an apartment with these say 3 FSI, so they require a lot of water, and adjoining there is a campus which is a school of 10 acres having a hardly any population, while the aquifer of the two is interconnected. So why are we only talking about a water table, or rather replenishing the water only in terms of a particular plot? Let us talk about the whole area, the whole earth rather, or maybe a concept on which we need to resolve the issue. If at all we get into the little bit of detail of this, we have got primarily 3 kind of urban habitation. One is a metro cities, another is a mid-sized town, and third is the villages, mid and small-sized town and the villages. I do not have actual data, so I can't say that whether this problem is there in the mid-sized and small-sized town also. What I mean to say is the depleting water table. I know about metros. I do not know whether the majority of the medium and the small town are also facing the same problem. And if we talk about the villages where the 50% of the Indian population resides, they are certainly not drawing more water from by using the tube well or whatever the methodology by which the water table will deplete into that area, because their water harvesting should be much more powerful, or rather their consumption of the water is too less. But in so many cases, we know that even the water, there's a huge water issues. Rather, there's more water issues in the villages than the urban areas because they do not have a system of water supply. Neither they have a system of water harvesting properly done. We know about so many towns in Gujarat. We heard of about these so many successful experiments, which are the very simple way of harvesting the water, and so many villages try to solve their problem of a drought. So I think we need to address this issue at all for the metros as of now. If at all we are talking about the metro water table depleting problem, then we should see the whole metro as a single entity, and not that individual buildings as an individual entity. Yes, no doubt that even the small amount of water saved by an individual, even while shaving in the morning, matters. Because the water, as we say, the money saved is money earned. The same way that the water saved is water earned. Take on the point. Awareness about the saving the water in the day-to-day life, point taken. Recycling of the water, the way best we can do. It means that using the water for the toilet flushing and the gardening, etc. Point taken, and it is well incorporated into most of the project, rather because of the compulsion from the authorities. It is now happening in a very good scale, a large scale. But the success of the same will depend upon the awareness, because initially the developer may provide all these facilities, but whether the people who are going to occupy the residential campuses, whether they are going to maintain this system or not, there is another question. So no doubt that there has to be a awareness about the water harvesting and saving the water both, and the recycling of the water. But the question is that after this awareness, are we really addressing the problem for the long run? I really doubt that, because whatever I may do, I cannot become a net zero in terms of 100% net zero. I can at most become 90%. So this 90% is enough, or what amount of rainwater harvesting will solve the problem? That is a question. Because we have got a sufficient rain generally. We do, at least for in Calcutta, there is no issue related with the rain. There's a drought situation is hardly there in last 10 years. But still the water table is depleting in Calcutta. That's the fact. This is the fact in so many cities, so many places, and it is at the alarming level now. So I personally feel that the right technology to harvest the rainwater is going to be the ultimate problem solver. How to go about it is all about technology. And I do not see any rocket science in going about it, to be very honest. I personally feel that there is not sufficient attention on it, or rather research on it, in adopting a right technology to recharge the rainwater. Now, we talked about the one campus in which 90% of the issues, or rather it is becoming 90% net zero. But is that enough? Because that particular campus, what kind of actual rainwater is recharged, or it is drained into the municipal drain, which is becoming useless? That water is becoming useless. That is the bigger question. So I think we should calculate reverse, rather than calculating in a manner that how much rainwater, how much water we have been able to recycle. Rather, let us see that how much of the rainwater we are able to replenish into the aquifer from we are drawing the water. So actual problem is the recharge of the aquifers, and not only the recycling of the water. The way we are doing, yes, it is there. I do not deny, and I do not say that the recycling should be neglected or is not a major solution. No, it is if at all, if you take the 100 problem to 100%, then it might be a 25%, 30% of the problem solver method. But I think we should look at the larger issues of the aquifer depletion, rather, and find a right method for doing that. That would be the, in my opinion, would be the actual problem solver for the future. Now coming to, yeah.
Yes, sir, that is correct. But again, education, awareness, creating an awareness and education is most important, so that when we are seeing that 90% of, we can achieve around 90%, but then after, to achieve 100%, and that is net zero what we are talking, that is where the education and awareness comes into place. So this is where we are looking at targeting the 100% so as to achieve net zero.
True. Now you are talking about the awareness. There are two issues right now that we human do not fall in line till we are compelled to do that. So we have got two issues as of now. The first thing is that none of the municipalities is charging for the water. There is no water meter. In Calcutta, there is no water meter. So water is free for you. So number one. And number two, there is no quantum identified for a particular plot or the habitants, that how much water can you draw by a tube well and how much water you will be supplied. Supply of the water may be to some extent limited because of the timing and the flow of the water into a water tank, etc. But there is no restriction as long as water you are drawing from the by tube well. So why a person would really save the water, or rather control the use of water? There has to be a right methodology for doing that. There has to be a right legislations to do that, in my opinion. So we should compel also. Let us not expect only the developer from the developer side to facilitate the project with the appropriate method for the recycling of the water and the recharge of the water. In some cases, even the recharge is failing because there is no proper methodology available. There is no proper research available. For an example, in Calcutta, the water table is very high. So we cannot have a soak pit and we can just discharge the water. And whenever you discharge the water into an aquifer, you have to be very careful. You cannot put the water back without proper treatment, without proper the scientific method of assuring its quality, which we are putting back into the aquifer. So I think awareness is the first stage. And I would say that awareness has to be pushed with the proper legislation and appropriate compulsions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And just to add on what you said, even the small towns and the villages, the water levels are depleting, the borewell waters are going down, and that is the reason 54% of the country is going water scarce. Now, after hearing a developer, an architect, and a consultant, let us talk with some manufacturers. It is relevant to talk with them right now to have their views on achieving the net zero water through their appropriate products or technologies. With us, we have our next panelist from Astral Polytechnic, Mr. Ritesh Patel. Ritesh, you are representing Astral, having pan-India market. You keep on developing new products to suit the market demand. How do your product basket be useful for achieving the net zero water? Have your management developed a roadmap or policy to develop new products which can help or conserve water?
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Good evening to all. So coming to the question, let me give you a brief that on the strategy side, on the policy side. So a few years back when we decided as annual strategy that what has to be done next, and then giving the all kind of a plastic piping solutions to the industry, whether it is a CPVC for hot and cold, PVC for the domestic supply, PVC SWR system, and some specific systems like PEX and the polypropylene low noise silencio system. We decided that it is now a time to give the products to the Indian market, which is relevant for the water conservation and water preservation. So keeping that thing in mind, couple of years back, we introduced surface channel system. So these surface channel systems are very useful to channelize the surface water and to dispose of this water to the rainwater harvesting system, whether it is a pit or a pond or any other kind of a system. This is very useful to utilize this. India is using morely on the in-cast C2 kind of a surface drainage system, channel system. But there are certain kind of issues which everybody knows about the in-cast C2 system. So we decided that we will introduce this system, and we introduced a couple of years back. This is a polypropylene channel, and these channels are available on from range starting from 110 mm to 400 mm. And the channels are also having adequate the capacity, load capacity. It is starting from pedestrian load A15 to the airport loads, which is F900 or shipyard loads. And this is available in different kind of geometry also, because of the industrial or the residential commercial requirement. There are chances that you don't have the enough depth or enough width. So this can be configured based on the rainfall intensity or the water collection which has to be done on, and disposed of to the rainwater harvesting system. So that has been done a couple of years back, and now it is gaining momentum into the market by virtue of awareness, training, design tools, and by specifying this product to more and more developers. Second product which I would like to highlight over here is the subsurface chambers. So this product is going to come from us in next couple of months. In fact, the product is ready, but because of the pandemic, we could not launch the product into the market. These subsurface chambers are basically used for the rainwater harvesting. So these are all polypropylene and polyethylene chambers available in different size in the elliptical shape, available in the different size starting from 400 mm height to 1.5 meter height. And this can be in the length, it will be around 600 mm to 2 meter, depending on the area and the rainfall or the water collection. We can use this, and this can be fitted to the different areas. Now, the beauty of this product is this is subsurface. Because of that, what we can have the usable land, because you can use below the parking lot, you can make below the garden area, you can have this below the driveways also, or any other usable area. So we can use the land area. We cannot because the land prices are so high, and now we need to preserve that also. So you can use the land area for different application, and there is subsurface drainage below this the usage area. And this subsurface drainage system is again can be used for both the systems. So you can use as a water reservoir. At the same point of time, you can use this for the infiltration system also. So you can go take this water and give it back to the earth, or maybe you can use this as a water reservoir. And this water reservoir from that water can be used for the different application. Because as you're aware, this rainwater is the fresh water is extremely good quality, and because of that, the filtration process can be avoided at many of the installations. So this can be used for all the application as a water reservoir. There are different kind of installation technique available. I cannot, give the full details on this, but that product is going to come to the market from us, and we understand that is going to be useful for all kind of installation, whether it is industrial, residential, or commercial, and this can give a lot of benefit in terms of the uses and in terms of the storage criteria. So this is what we anticipated and going to give to achieve the net zero water.
That sounds interesting, because the subsurface chambers, if I'm not wrong, I have seen similar type of systems way back around 5-7 years when I was back in Germany when traveling, visiting ISH fair in Germany. And there I had seen some products over there. I think if you are bringing that here in India, that sounds good, interesting. Now, any issues to or design related to water and waste cannot be completed without a pumping system. And so to discuss on the water and the energy nexus, I'd like to call upon Mr. Farooq Batena from KSB. Farooq, when we talk of net zero water, for you it applies even to the energy. Pumps are the main power guzzlers in any plumbing system. So we would like to know as how KSB with latest innovations and development in pumping industries can help us achieve net zero. What is your company's outlook and plans on the solar pumps?
Thank you, Manish, and good evening to everyone. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. As you very rightly said, Manish, when you talk about net zero and you, my video is on. Hello.
Yeah, you're low, but you are audible.
Yeah, am I visible? Because I got a message saying my video is not on.
Your video is off, Farooq.
Your video is off, your voice is audible.
Just a minute. Is it on now?
No, it's not on, but we can hear you very clearly.
We can hear you.
I don't know.
Please check the video for Mr. Farooq.
Let me again just try, because it was on all this while. Suddenly, when it was my turn to speak, it seems to have gone off. Yeah, bottom left-hand side corner, you'll have to. Yeah. Sorry about this. Yes, Manish, a very valid point you raised when you talked about energy conservation. When we talk about net zero water, we also have to keep in mind that energy is also to be looked at. And as you rightly pointed out, in any plumbing system, pump is the guzzler of energy. So as a supplier of pumps, we are looking at not only giving a most optimum solution for water, but also trying to give an efficient pumping system. So we have various products which are available. One of our premium products, one of our key products is our Movie Boost hydropneumatic system, which comes with a state-of-the-art KSP controller, and with this we can optimize the requirement of water for the customer. This can also be the system is equipped with variable frequency drives. The pumps on this system are equipped with variable frequency drives and are provided with energy efficient motors, i3, i4, and i5 motors. We also have similar products for other applications in buildings, for pumping of wastewater, for pumping of sewage, etc. We have our products AmarXion, AmarPorter, AmarDrainer, which can be supplied, which are as it is high efficiency pumps, and then they can be supplied with energy efficient motors. We also have a product called as a pump guard, which is with which it is possible for the operator to monitor up to 30 pumps at a time. This is connected to an app on the operator's mobile phone, and from that app, the operator can monitor the performance of the pump. He would know how the pump is performing, whether it is performing as per the specifications it is designed for. If something is going wrong with the pump, the operator will even get an alert that a particular pump is not performing properly. So we have similar kind of smart pumping solutions which will combine both optimizing the use of water as well as saving of energy.
Thanks, Farooq, for a very prompt and for a very apt answer to this question. Moving on, we are running short of time, so I think we'll try to be very fast on the next set of questions. Sabir, we all know that you are very passionate about contributing to building better tomorrow and your purposeful planning skills. With your huge experience in building industry, can you tell us how we can create an awareness for more than 90% rainwater harvesting in a country like India, which is already water stressed? What shall be the appropriate and optimized solutions for rainwater harvesting? JP sir already raised this question about of creating an awareness for rainwater harvesting. Sabir, you being a developer, representing the developer fraternity, you are the best one to answer this.
Yeah, thank you. So, rainwater harvesting, according to me, K-Rajacorp, it was always part of our base building specs. So even before, green building mandated having rainwater harvesting in all our projects. Having said that, rainwater harvesting is the need of the hour, and it is a terrible waste uh, if we are not able to gather the rainwater, across the country and utilize them for the time we get abundant rain in the country. Having said that, I believe that the state governments can play a very larger role in ensuring this. A very good example is Tamil Nadu, where in 2001, when rainwater harvesting was made compulsory, and it has given excellent results in the whole of Tamil Nadu, and uh, we believe that there has been a substantial rise in water levels in so many years, and with the water quality also having significantly improved. So, state government interventions, the municipalities can make this compulsory, because uh, whether it is the coastal areas or whether it is the interiors, there has been a dramatic shift now in how it rains. It because of climate change, it rains very heavily for a certain period of time, and it would be mandatory if the municipalities would increase on rainwater harvesting tanks, collection of rainwater.
It's got disabled the video, but
Can you hear me, please?
yes.
Yeah. So, any kind of incentives to housing societies where they would encourage the rainwater harvesting system, which would increase the number of users, particularly among the among the low income household or the MIG, because that is where you would have a large number of people staying in the flat, and the water requirements, say for the municipality, which is a certain liters per day, is very high. Advertisements by the municipalities, education, training at local society level, using this very extensively in the schools and colleges with the present generation who are very passionate about climate change will help. Thank you.
Sabir, you're absolutely correct. I mean, with government interaction and municipalities coming into play, it can create wonders for the rainwater harvesting. I'll give you a classic example of Ahmedabad city, wherein around 15 years back, the rainwater harvesting was made mandatory for all the developers. And in the areas where we were having water at 1800 feet deep borewells, now the water we are able to get the water at 1200 feet, and even the quality of water has improved drastically. So rainwater harvesting has obviously improved the quality and quantity of water. Moving on to the next, we have only 10 minutes left, so I request all the panelists or the entire team to be very apt and very short point to point on their answers. Key pillar of net zero water is saving water at source, user points by using various low flow fixtures, dual flushing systems, water efficient dishwashers, washing machines, etc. as per the WEPI, and using water like urinals. BSN sir, my next question to you is that with your vast experience in diversified projects, can you confirm whether waterless urinals are successful in public places like airports, theatre, malls, railways, bus stations? What are the pros and cons using the same? Sir, be crisp and very apt answer so that we can take a couple of more questions.
Yes, Minesh. There are pros and cons to just about every product or every services we use. This is also true for non-water urinals, because our goal is to, sorry. I'm sorry about that. See, this is very true for the waterless urinals also, because our goal with the waterless urinal is to educate and inform in order to provide complete transparency on this subject. Several publications have been done from consultants all over the world, leading engineering consultants, and from all over the world. Yes, waterless urinals are successful. Waterless urinals are successful in public places like airports, theaters, malls, and bus and railway stations, and any other public places. Only thing I just want to highlight the advantages and disadvantages on the pros and cons, I can say that. So the advantages is water savings. A lot of urinals, the latest model urinals will save around 3.5 liters of water per flush. But old type of urinals was consuming around 10 to 12 liters per flush. And second point is low maintenance. Low maintenance waterless urinals generally require little maintenance or sometimes low maintenance because of the absence of the flush valves and other gadgets, which will reduce a lot of maintenance issues. According to manufacturers, some manufacturers say that drain lice and waterless urinals are less susceptible for clogging. So this is this one. And improved hygiene. This is definitely true, especially in this time of pandemic, that water used for conventional urinals gives germs, and restrooms will be the moist environment and the germs will grow from here. So, and also since there is no handles, no water, non-waterless urinals are touch-free, reducing the spread of commercial communicable diseases. So then other thing is odor control. Odor control is also comparatively less in waterless urinals, and environmental friendly. Of course, I don't want to elaborate these things. Green building credits will come into that. And the cost of the waterless urinals is also comparatively low than the water urinals because of the flushing valves and other gadgets connected with that. But there are disadvantages also in this. First of all, user acceptance, that's very important. User acceptance is very important, and most of the users, they feel that without water, how can urinals will function? So we have to really convince the user and then give the facts and figures of these things. And retrofit will be a very difficult question here. Retrofit of water urinals with waterless urinals, there will be a lot of piping will be done, has to be done, and then the tiles and the water, whatever the wall finishes has to be taken out, and then remodeling has to be done. And local approvals, of course, there is nothing very special about the local approvals because they're not very, this one elsewhere in India, elsewhere in the other parts of the world, yes, there is very important that local approval is needed. And the final one is the cleaning. While cleaning, normally people use the water and then they clean the urinals, thereby losing the chemical or liquid what we use in the waterless urinals. Further, every time it needs to be replaced. So to summarize, waterless urinals can offer a viable alternative to conventional flush type. Potential advantages include odor control and improved restroom cleanliness, water savings, reduced maintenance, and environmental friendly. So also a life cost analysis should be performed to determine actual cost of the savings between the water and waterless urinals.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Dinesh, can I intervene?
Yeah, yes.
Narayan Saab, waterless urinals will not be functional when you look at very high density areas with many blocks of waterless urinals. Let's say an airport where you have 40 waterless urinals and normally the first 10 would have the maximum usage. So what happens in such a stage is that you do not know when to change the blue water seal in those first 10 and they start stinking. Because nobody would go 20 feet ahead to use the urinal, they would go to the closest urinal. And therefore, in very high density areas, I'm not talking of commercial complexes where there are 4 or 5 and you know that all 4 or 5 are always crowded. And so you know the usage like a K Raheja, shopper stop or something, Shabir. But otherwise, like Delhi airport, they have failed and we had to change them, sir, remove them. So that is something else I would like to add, sir, with your kind permission.
But Mr. Gurmeet, I first disadvantages I said.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Acceptance.
Gurmeet, BSN sir already said that, and what you said is absolutely correct. In high demand areas, when we use the initial toilets, the later ones, the toilets in the remote areas always are a problem. And so the decisions has to be taken depending upon the exact layout and the end use of the toilet. Obviously, the waterless toilets are a boon to the industry, but the application has to be thought before installing.
Absolutely.
So now we have only 5 to 7 minutes left. So I'll go on to, yeah, how much time?
Sorry to interrupt. We have few questions that need to be addressed. So if you are, whenever you are through with the question answers, we have, I know it's already we are running late. So maybe a question or two can be taken up.
Okay, Milind, how much time we have?
We are already running late by 6 minutes, 10 minutes.
We are running late by 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So can I take further questions or we move on to the question answer session?
I think we should, if you say and if you are comfortable, then we will take 1 or 2 questions from the delegates.
Audience,
yeah, delegates, audience, whatever it is.
Okay, we can do that. No worries.
Okay.
Before summing up, we can do that.
Okay, fine. Should I go with the question then?
Yeah, you can go with the question.
This question is from M. Hanumantai, Bangalore. He is asking for firefighting system, what type of water is used, whether it is fresh water or it can be treated water, reused treated water. That is, he is expecting, the question is not very clear, but fresh water, what he wants is whether fresh water or can we go with the sewage treated water also.
To whom he has directed this question?
Unfortunately, that he has not written. So any one of the experts can address. All our esteemed panelists are experts. So you take it.
I think Narayan Sir can address this, please.
You can answer to
Yeah.
Yeah, normally for the fire protection system, generally we don't use the treated water because normal treated water, they don't treat it to the fullest efficiency. I mean, in the sense, UV and RO and UV, something like that, microfilter and all those things, because the water is stagnant in the fire protection system, and we need to use the fresh water. If not the treated water, the general domestic water, what we get either from the bore wells or whatever the source. So that water can be used for fire protection services, not the STP treated water, definitely.
Thank you, Narayan sir. Thank you, Narayan sir.
I like to add only one thing in this. Depending upon your raw water source, how your water quality is, about the TDS and the hardness, the decision has to be taken. If you have a very high TDS, very high hardness water, then maybe your fire water is also required to be treated. Otherwise, all your MS pipes and GS pipes will go on rusting in 5 years or even less than 5 years.
Very true, Minesh bhai, very true. Nicely answered, both of you. There is one more question from Dr. This is a very interesting question. Dr. Basu from Calcutta. He's saying how we are to get rid of NBC provisions when to face EC clearances.
Come again? What did he say?
How can I'm just taking it. I'm now pronouncing it grammatically correct. How to get rid of the NBC provisions when we face the EC clearances?
When we face the EC clearances.
I don't think we can discuss NBC. Narayan sir, what do you feel?
No, I'm being the.
You should not discuss this over here.
Part 9 for NBC.
I want a swift and short answer, Minesh, because I can take one more answer, one more question also.
According to me, NBC is required even for EC clearances. There is no way you can have a shortcut while you get the EC clearances. EC is morely on the pollution part, mainly focusing on the pollution part, and other aspects where NBC are the guidelines. If you don't follow NBC, you are not able to complete your project.
It's a national book, national standards, one has to follow that. It's not mandatory, but it is a recommendatory, definitely.
I think Sabir can answer on this because he does come across such issues very often in each project.
Yeah, very true. Shabirji, can you throw some light on this question? Maybe you can. You may have some other way to handle it.
There are certain provisions which are made for the good of the project, and it needs to be followed, right?
Very true. Correct.
That's all.
Correct. And the last question for the day, that is from Rajesh Dabuwala, who is our Surat chapter chairman. He is asking, where actually are we using treated lab water, lab waste, as there is a chance of contamination?
Where are we using treated lab water?
In short, he wants how to reuse the lab water. Can we reuse the lab water, treated lab water?
I can answer for that.
Lab waste. Yeah, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah, normally the lab water contains lot of acids and alkalis and a lot of chemicals. Normally lab water, we first neutralizes that depending on the type of the contaminant coming into that. So that we neutralize the lab water and then it will be let into after neutralization. So total neutralization and then let into STP, and STP it can be treated and use it for whatever the ways you want to use it. Neutralization is very, very important. There has to be a separate chamber, separate neutralization kit, and then it has to be neutralized before it discharged into STP. That's the standard way we do it.
Thank you, Narayan sir. I am through with the questions now. I think it's time.
Can we sum up?
Yeah.
Can we sum up, Milind?
Yeah. Please, Manish.
Okay, guys, running short of time, so we had to skip a few questions. But we did have a wonderful discussion on principles of achieving net zero water and an integrated approach required for the same from you all, guys. I would urge the entire IPA, NEB and seniors of IPA management team to come forward and start an initiative for a nationwide program of creating awareness on net zero water and maybe provide expertise to all the seeking developers so as to achieve net zero or maybe net positive water in the projects. There are many consultants, included me, in our IPA, and it is even our responsibility to create this awareness among our clients. Architects hold a key position in any project, and normally they are the ones who can influence the clients. So my sincere request to the entire architectural fraternity to come forward and influence your majority clients, the developers, for achieving net zero water in each of the projects. Even manufacturers have an important role to play in this entire movement, coming out with innovative products and technologies which can create a transformation in our country. Net zero is the need of an hour, and so we should focus on achieving net zero by any means. While the role of water efficiency is in helping to adapt the climate change and changes in the future water availability is relatively well understood. The contribution that reducing water consumption can make to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, mitigating further climate change, and hitting net zero is often overlooked. With this, I thank all of you once again for your sparing a valuable time for today's panel discussion and making it a big success. Can I ask the backend team to give the mementos to each of the panelists? Backend team? Yep, JP Agarwal sir, please accept this memento. It will be couriered to you. Thanks, sir. You are muted. Next.
Well done, extremely well done, all the panelists. I'm sure the knowledge you shared was worth waiting for.
Shabir, this is your memento. Please accept it. We cannot give you in physical, but it will be couriered to your place very soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Narayan sir, please accept the memento.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Farooq, thanks. We could not run through all the questions, but due to short of time, please accept. We'll find some another way of interaction next time. This is your memento. Let's meet again and discuss on the topic. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Certainly. Thanks.
And the last one for Ritesh. Ritesh, please accept this memento. It will be couriered to you. Thanks for sparing the time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks again, thanks to everyone. Over to you, Milind, for the further actions.
Guys, now is the time to felicitate our today's moderator of this panel discussion, Mr. Minesh Shah. Well done, Minesh. Can you please, correct. Mineshji, please accept the memento.
Thanks, sir.
Congratulations, well done, and a very nicely conducted panel discussion with all the panelists doing extremely well. I don't think we could have a better qualified panel to address all these issues. Congratulations and good round of applause to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Now,
thank you.
Moving ahead with the session, now we have two interesting things to happen. The first will be a musical session from Mr. Milind Tulankar. Because it is always said that it is the best way to keep the stress out of mind. And for keeping out the stress, music is the only therapy. So I invite Mr. Milind Tulankar to present himself. Thank you. Thank you. And
he is also going to, Milind, he is also going to play to the tune of Water.
Yeah, that is very important. And after his performance, we are again going to conduct our last lucky draw. That is it. Over to you, Milindji.
नमस्ते।
नमस्ते।
सबसे पहले मैं सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि ये इस तरह के प्रोग्राम में मुझे अपनी कला प्रस्तुत करने का मौका मिला। सुशांत जी, हमारे धड़पड़े साहब जी, सभी का मैं बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। और ये जो अभी मैं डिस्कशन सुन रहा था, बड़े देर से मैं भी ज्वाइन किया हूँ, तो एक बात मैं हर प्रोग्राम में पूरे लिसनर्स को, मेरे ऑडियंस को बोलता हूँ कि ये जो मेरा इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, इसमें मैंने पानी डाला हुआ है और एक बूंद पानी उसमें अगर कम या ज़्यादा हो जाए तो वो सुर बेसुरा हो जाता है। और मैं हर बार बोलता हूँ कि एक एक बूंद पानी इस्तेमाल करते समय आप ये सोचिए कि ये इतना अच्छा पानी हम कितना वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। तो मैं हर प्रोग्राम में पानी के बारे में बोलता हूँ। दूसरी बात मैं बोलता हूँ कि पानी साफ़ होना ज़रूरी है जल तरंग के लिए भी। अगर उसमें ज़्यादा मिनरल्स या ज़्यादा डर्ट रहे तो थोड़ी देर के बाद उसका जो साउंड है 20 मिनट के बाद वो बंद हो जाता है इस तरह से। तो वो जल तरंग की जो खुली आवाज़ है वो नहीं आती है। जल तरंग एक बहुत ही एंशंट इंस्ट्रूमेंट है हमारे इंडिया का, और पहले ये मेटल के बॉल से बजता था और बाद में 10वीं शताब्दी में जब पोर्सलिन का आविष्कार हुआ तब ये पोर्सलिन के बॉल में बजना शुरू हुआ। और आपको सुनकर आश्चर्य होगा, ये मैं जो बजा रहा हूँ ये मेरे नाना जी का पोर्सलिन बॉल का सेट है जिसको 85 ईयर्स हो गए हैं अभी। एक छोटा सा ट्यून सुनिए इस पे पहले। इस साज का सबसे अनोखी बात यह है कि इसमें पानी डाला जाता है। और जैसे हमारे ह्यूमन बॉडी में 70% पानी होता है, वैसे ही इस साज में है। तो ये सुनने के बाद जब भी अभी सर बोल रहे थे कि स्ट्रेस रिलीज के लिए म्यूज़िक बहुत ज़रूरी है, उसमें भी अगर आप जल तरंग सुनेंगे तो बहुत जल्दी से स्ट्रेस रिलीज हो जाता है। मेरा एक हीलिंग जल नाम का सीडी है जिसमें मैंने 6 अलग अलग चीज़ों के लिए ट्रैक बनाए हुए हैं, उसको आप सुन सकते हैं। एक पानी के बोल होने वाला एक गाना मुझे याद आ रहा है, पानी रे पानी तेरा रंग कैसा। कबीर जी ने लिखा था, कबीर कुआं एक है पानी भरे अनेक, कबीर कुआं एक है पानी भरे अनेक, बर्तन में ही भेद है पानी सब में एक। तो ये बर्तन में ही भेद है, इसलिए अलग अलग सुर सुनाई दे रहे हैं, सब में पानी एक ही है। और उन्होंने परमात्मा के बारे में बोला था कि सभी में वही परमात्मा है, बर्तन में ही भेद होता है, इसलिए अलग अलग होता है। एक और गाना मुझे याद आ रहा है छोटा सा, बाद में मैं एक राग आपको सुनाऊंगा। इसमें हम जितना पानी डालते हैं उतना सुर उसका कम होता है। अभी जो पानी हमने डाला था उसको निकाल लेते हैं। और 2 लाइन ये हमारे सेमिनार के लिए बजाता हूँ कि हमने जो इच्छा की है कि पानी को रीयूज करें, उसको वेस्ट ना होने दे, तो उसमें हम लोग सब समय कम है, मैं आपके सामने एक राग हंस ध्वनि बजाऊंगा, उसमें थोड़ा सा इंट्रोडक्शन वो राग का, और फिर 3 ताल में 2 बंदिश बजाऊंगा। मेरे साथ आज तबले पर रहे गणेश जी तानवड़े, जो पूना के जाने माने तबला प्लेयर है, और मैं बाकी हमारे जो टेक्निकल टीम है, अनय जी, शेलार जी और प्रशांत जी, सबका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। उन्होंने मुझे ये सब इतना इजी, क्योंकि मुझे सिर्फ बजाने पे अभी कंसंट्रेट करना पड़ रहा है, बाकी सारी चीज़ें ये लोग देख रहे हैं। तो मैं 2 मिनट में राग हंस ध्वनि चेंज कर लेता हूँ। सारा ट्यूनिंग मुझे थोड़ा सा चेंज करना पड़ता है। तो हम पानी निकालेंगे इस बाउल से। मैं बचपन से ही मेरे नाना जी से जल तरंग सीखना शुरू किया और मुझे अभी बताते हुए बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि मैंने अभी तक 20-22 कंट्रीज़ में जल तरंग बजाया है। और इससे मैं प्रोग्राम तो करता ही हूँ, लेकिन म्यूज़िक थेरेपी का भी काम करता हूँ। बहुत सारे हॉस्पिटल्स में कैंसर, यहाँ हमारे यहाँ सिप्ला कैंसर परिहार सेवा केंद्र है, वहाँ पे मैं पेशेंट्स के लिए भी बजाता हूँ। और अगर आपको भी इसका थोड़ा सा अनुभव लेना है तो मैं बिना तबले का जो पार्ट बजाऊंगा अभी 5-6 मिनट के लिए, वो अगर आप आँख मूंद करके बंद करके सुनेंगे तो आपको भी वो अनुभव मिलेगा म्यूज़िक थेरेपी का। ये है राग हंसध्वनि। राग हंस ध्वनि, इसमें ये जो मैं बंदिश बजा रहा हूँ, ये ट्रेडिशनल, वो फिल्म में भी आई, उसका ये 2 लाइन सुनाता हूँ। जातों से नहीं बोलूं कन्हैया, जातों से नहीं बोलूं कन्हैया, राह चल कर पकड़ी मोरी भैया, राह चल कर पकड़ी मोरी भैया, जातों से नहीं कन्हैया।
जल की
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yes.
मैं मिलिंद जी
सर
कलांकर साहब से बात
जी को
मैं कलांकर साहब से बात कर रहा हूँ।
Yeah.
जल की
अच्छा ओके सर।
जल की ताजगी ने और तरंग से जो जागृति आपने पैदा करी बहुत ही अनोखा अनूठा, आज हमको आनंद आया। हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आज हम आपका प्रदर्शन देख सके।
बिल्कुल, मेरा भी सौभाग्य है कि इस इतने बड़े सेमिनार में मुझे ये करने का मौका मिला, और मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये ड्यूरेशन भी लंबा हो और सामने लोग भी बैठे हो।
बात सही है, आनंद उसका अलग ही आता है।
जी, आपको सुनने के बाद में बस एक ही आवाज निकलती है दिल से, वाह उस्ताद वाह।
क्या बात है, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
वाह उस्ताद, simply soothing, simply captivating, simply solacing, simply solacing. The tone of the music still tickles into my drums.
Yes.
और वो लास्ट जुगलबंदी अप्रतिम, beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I request Mr. Milinji now to please accept the memento from Indian Plumbing Association.
बहुत धन्यवाद।
This is from our side to you as a token of love and appreciation for your.
बिल्कुल। Thank you so much.
Speak again in some of our conference live, sitting across.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Over to Milind Chhede.
Thank you, Milinji.
Okay,
great. Now is the time again for the lucky draw. Nothing more. Lucky draw session, the last lucky draw session of the day. Let us see who wins this last lucky draw. Team, please display the. Vinesh bhai, countdown do. Please.
3, 2, 1.
What's the name? Safwan. Okay. Congratulations, Safwan. You have won a Samsung mobile phone which will be delivered to you at your home. Congratulations. Hearty congratulations, Safwan. With this, we are nearing the ending session. Rather, now it's the time for closing. But before closing, I would like to thank all our supporters, all our sponsors, the title sponsorer, WaterTech, the diamond sponsorer, Ashirwad, and platinum sponsorer, Kirloskal, Astral, Below, Flowguard Plus, session sponsorer, Gabriel, Prince, KSB, and all our associate sponsors like Echo, Brantford White, Ibarra, Cantham, Lahiri Valves, NRV, Pipes and Fittings and Valves, Qua Pure Technology, TrueFlow, and Zolto Valves. As announced at the beginning of the conference, friends, the IPPL will be organized. Please remember, don't miss this IPPL. It's an advanced version. All the new things are added. And so I appeal all of you to register for this 5th edition of Indian Plumbing Professional League. The registration starts from 1st October 2021. Now, lastly, we look forward to welcome you all tomorrow on the last day of the conference. We do hope that you will join us sharp at 3 p.m. for the next session. Thank you very much, all the participants, all the experts, all the NEC team, and the supporting organizations. Thank you very much. Over to the team.
WaterTech is an acknowledged leader in the bathroom and plumbing spaces. delivering total bathroom and plumbing solutions that not only meet global standards but provides added value of water saving and hygiene. Innovative products from the House of Water Tech with a promise of H2O. The CNX water management system is ideal for any building that requires drinking water installations offering high functionality and levels of hygiene. Easy installation. Intuitive, dead easy operation. Many devices, long distances, remote services and data storage via internet. Alert messaging via SMS or email. API connection to other facility management systems. The Conti Plus CNX water management system enables the complete management of up to 150 connected products such as urinals, taps or showers. The application areas of CNX water management system are swimming pools, schools and sports arenas, army barracks, hotels, doctors' surgeries, hospitals, care homes, drinking water installations in the commercial sector and administrative buildings. Introducing the WaterTech wall mixers. The sturdy and functional wall mixer is a single unit with hot and cold water operation. The 2-in-1 system provides output to the bucket as well as to an overhead shower. The CPVC body overmolded with ABS provides protection from heat and does not transfer heat to the outer part or knobs of the wall mixer. The 2-in-1 wall mixer is tested up to 150 psi or 10 bar of pressure. Introducing the WaterTech Bath and Shower Mixer. Bath and Shower Mixer is a high-flow single-lever concealed diverter that allows one control flow. Under normal products available in the market, which have die-casted brass inner flow path and causes rusty porous inner surfaces, the concealed body of our bath and shower mixer is made of CPVC overmolded with ABS. Uncontaminated lead-free water flow paths is ensured and provides for minimum and maximum flow of clean and hygienic water. WaterTech's concealed flush wall, precision engineered for pure performance. At the heart of this innovation is its corrosion-proof, self-closing cartridge with the outer body made of high-quality, NSF-approved UPVC resin ensures reliable continuous operation. Its concealed shut-off provision releases the ideal amount of water, resulting in water saving and minimizes noise and splash in the water flow for added privacy. At the heart of this innovation is its corrosion-proof body made of UPVC, which is normally made of metal. Resulting in water saving and minimizes noise.
FlowGuard piping systems are the most widely used CPVC plumbing systems in the world. A marketplace leader, we use over 60 years of experience to deliver reliability to every home, business and community. Our team of experts have installed billions of meters of pipes and fittings, providing ease of installation and proven performance that gives businesses and home developments the competitive edge they need to become more successful. Made with high-performance chlorinated polyvinyl chloride or CPVC compounds which are NSF/PW certified, the quality surpasses industry competitors. Connected with solvent weld joints, FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems can be installed faster and safer than any other conventional piping system, all while meeting code requirements. And this doesn't even include the acoustic and thermal installation properties. As water is reliably transported, FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems resist chlorine and chloramine chemicals. This helps keep drinking water safe and allows the system to maintain peak performance without corrosion and scaling over time, giving homes and businesses the reliable water supply they need and the peace of mind they deserve. Backed by the integrity of the Lubrizol Corporation, a Berkshire Hathaway company, FlowGuard CPVC piping systems' global reputation helps to ensure the delivery of a superior product to your customers. This teamwork helps you grow and be more successful. When selecting FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems, you can be certain that you're investing in a piping system that families, businesses and communities can count on for a lifetime. Partner with an industry leader that delivers reliable, world-class products and technologies. Speak with a trusted FlowGuard representative from the Lubrizol Corporation.
Global challenges require global responses. At Velo, we are playing our part and leading the way. The Velo Group is one of the world's leading providers of pumps and pump systems for the building services, water management and industrial sectors. We move water with innovative products, smart solutions and individual services. Velo provides critical infrastructure around the world. We fit out important buildings like hospitals and waterworks. We equip key industries and agriculture. Velo is the digital pioneer in its industry. As an innovation leader, we set standards, from smart production to our connected products. They allow us to achieve new dimensions of customer satisfaction and efficiency. Velo offers sustainable solutions while also taking social responsibility. As one of 50 sustainability and climate leaders and the winner of the German Sustainability Award 2021, Velo is committed to actively slowing climate change. And by 2025, all of Velo's production sites around the world will be climate neutral. Around 8,000 employees are the foundation of our success. They are the heart of Velo. Together, we can overcome the greatest challenges of our time.
Oh, wie geht das genau?
And what about the pipes?
Huh?
Und was ist mit Schule? Und was ist mit... Und was ist mit... Und was ist mit...
Fertig. Fertig.